Unlock the secrets of the supernatural with Paranormal M. If you're fascinated by ghostly encounters, mysterious phenomena, and things that go bump in the night, subscribing and turning on notifications is a must. Join us on this eerie journey. A case of mimicry? Along with other weird things that have gone on here, there's something in my house that seems to enjoy impersonating people. I've seen people use the term mimic to describe this sort of behavior, so I guess I will just call it that, unless there's something more appropriate that's warranted. The first time something like this happened was 3 or 4 years ago, during the spring or fall of the year. I had just come out of my bedroom on the second floor and walked to the top of the staircase when I saw what appeared to be my brother hurrying around the corner below me. I didn't see his face, but from his clothing, the back of his head, neck, stuff like that, I knew at once that it was him. I can't recall what I wanted from him, but I do recall that I wanted to talk to him about something or other. I thought, oh good, he's still here, and descended the stairs to speak with him, only to find the front door shut and the entire room deserted. My dad was in the kitchen washing dishes, and when I asked him if my brother had just been here, he informed me that he had gone outside with their dogs a couple of minutes before. Nearly the exact same thing happened a few months later, with the only real difference being that this time, the spirit or mimic was wearing different clothing. In that case, I thought I saw my brother in that day's clothing go past the wall, and then check to find nobody around. Yesterday was a different story. I had gone down into our finished basement on some errand when I saw what I thought to be my brother's shirt disappear around the corner to my left. I very clearly saw the material, which was a light blue color that closely resembled the tank top that he was wearing that day. And there was no mistaking that there was really something there. The only difference was that there seemed to be more of it than in the flimsy shirt my brother was actually wearing. Although I only thought of that bit later. I was 100% convinced that I had just seen my brother down there and turned the corner expecting to see him fiddling around with something. To my great surprise, there was not only nobody down there, but a few seconds later my brother came out of our laundry room or storage room to the right of the basement stairs. He said that he had been in there and had heard me descending the stairs and had decided to hide with the lights off to scare me when I came in. His plan might have been foiled, but it was a sort of a memorable trip to the basement all the same. UAP/UFO experience in Quebec, Canada, 2006. In May 2006, I was a resident of Quebec in Canada. I had turned 17 the month prior, and 1 year of high school remained before I graduated. My parents split up in 1996. Growing up, I found it challenging to be apart from my father. My brother and I could only visit him once or twice a year due to our physical separation. My dad was given the chance to relocate to Ottawa sometime in the early 2000s. As a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, my father had little control over his career, so when this opportunity arose, he seized it without hesitation. Finally, my parents would live in the same city. My father had been seeing another woman at the time. On June 3rd, 2006, they were married after she followed him. Sorry, I can't pronounce this word because it's French and I'm American, but it's spelled Gatineau. Gatineau? Perhaps. He's a wonderful father. My brother and I have always received a lot of his love and attention. Swimming in the summer and sledding in the winter kept us constantly occupied. We both had a passion for exploration and frequently engaged in outdoor activities. Going back to May of 2006, my father told us that he was getting married the following month. They wanted a simple marriage, nothing extravagant. They chose to host the wedding in their home and invite friends and family to join them in celebrating. I was asked by my father if I could find 2 female friends to work as servers at the wedding. Along with that, he said he would pay them for their time. I didn't have a lot of female friends at that time, but I immediately thought of Liz and Lindsay, 2 girls who were also close friends with one another. When I asked them to help with this event, they graciously agreed. I prepared for the end-of-the-year exams as well as the special event as June drew near. June 3rd, 2006. Finally, the wedding day has arrived. I've never been one for wearing formal attire. The fabric of the clothing always made me feel hot, uneasy, and irritable. But today was about my father and his wife, not me. Though comfort's not always a given in life, at least I looked good. My brother and I got to my father's house early. We were the first ones there. Liz and Lindsay soon followed. They were dressed elegantly and had a stunning appearance from head to toe. I was pleased that they agreed to lend a hand at my father's wedding. People thought they did a fantastic job and were very happy. I was thrilled to have them present for such an important occasion. I remember feeling out of place because I was so young. I couldn't have any alcoholic beverages for another 11 months, and the majority of people were in their 50s or older. My parents were very strict in this regard. Before my father drank any alcohol, he drove me back to my mom's house around 7:30 or 8 p.m., because I had school the following day. The commute was only 5 to 7 minute drive from each home because both parents lived in Gatineau and were relatively close to one another. A few hours earlier, my brother had left to return home. I said my farewells for the evening and laced up my shoes. I got in the car with my dad and we started the short drive back to my mom's house. Our route took us through residential streets before merging onto Highway 148. I want to mention a few things that increase the confidence and authenticity of this sighting before I get into the juicy details of my experience. My father had been a member of the Canadian Army for 26 years at the time of this incident. He was a vehicle technician who worked on bases for the Army and the Air Force. From a tank to an engine the size of a lawnmower, he could fix it all. His involvement in peacekeeping operations abroad included the Croat-Bosniak War. Many people consider my father to be a very professional, trustworthy, honest, and situationally aware man. He's rational, analytical, and logical as well. He has a keen eye and a variety of skill sets under his belt. His mind is filled with a wealth of fascinating information. Being an artist himself, he can express his art through almost any medium. My father is a quiet and modest man who has a great deal of sincere love in his heart, not just for people, but also for nature and animals. My father and I kept going, and we were now on Highway 148. I saw my father cast a couple of quick, incredibly curious glances out of his window. After a brief moment, he shouted, "Wow, look!" and pointed to the horizon in the north. He stopped the car right away and jumped out onto the roadside shoulder. I followed suit. In utter awe and fascination, we stood next to one another. I would never felt anything like it. It was a jumble of an intense fear, paralysis, excitement, joy, and confusion. This shouldn't be happening. But despite what my mind was telling me, it was. There was still plenty of light outside, and the sky was clear, but 2 reddish-orange orbs were whirling and dancing across the sky. Although very bright, these orbs were not blinding. They moved indistinguishably according to no discernible pattern. There were no distinguishing features that made one orb stand out from the other. Imagine having a laser pointer, similar to the ones professors occasionally use at universities. This will help you visualize the incredible speed at which these objects were moving. You stand at one end of the gym to activate the laser pointer. The laser point is visible at the opposite end of the wall, but it can move instantly from one point to another with just a flick of your wrist. To be clear, I was not seeing laser pointers in the sky. Rather, these UAPs could move and stop in a pattern similar to how a laser pointer could be moved around a room. These orbs would move erratically in both short and long directions, swiftly changing from one part of the sky to another. No signs of acceleration or exhaust could be seen. In the middle of their dexterous lightning-fast maneuvers, these orbs could also stop instantly. I do not remember how long my father and I stared at these orbs. Even though it might have only lasted a minute or so, it seemed to last much longer. Both orbs instantly vanished into thin air as quickly as a finger snap, ending the show with highly unpredictable and impossible maneuvers at light speed. I can recall at least 2 other cars pulling off the road to watch this happen, but none of us interacted with one another. We waited a short while after the orbs vanished before re-entering the car and making the brief drive home to my mother's house. This experience will be forever etched in my memory. It was an extraordinary encounter, which we still cannot explain to this day. For what we saw, we still don't have an explanation. One thing is certain, I'm confident in what I saw, and I saw it very clearly. I never reported this incident, primarily because I wasn't aware that there was a way of doing so for a very long time. I recently looked online to see if there had been any other similar sightings in the same time period, but I was unable to locate anything. The neighborhood newspaper didn't mention it either, as far as I can remember. Although it was my father's second experience, I had never encountered anything like it before. His first was in the late 1980s in Bellevue, Ontario. He informed the local police of the sighting, but they didn't believe him. At the time, he was still serving in the military and was employed at a CFB Trenton, a base for the Canadian Air Force. I've also been subject to several strange experiences in my life, which I still recall with excellent detail. The majority of these experiences occurred between the ages of 3 and 17. There was a period of my life when I saw a lot of this unexplained activity, spiked as well. I will continue to write about these events in separate posts. I feel a lot more comfortable sharing my experiences now, as I feel the stigma attached to the topic is slowly being dissolved. Shadow people. They live among us. Personal experience. This was only my first occurrence with shadow people growing up. I had many more, mostly in my pre-teens or teens. Most of my paranormal experiences occurred within a range of 15 or so years, give or take. My earliest experience began when I was just 3 years old or so, and my last profound experience tapered off around 19 years old. The story begins with my first paranormal experience of shadow people. My parents met in the late 80s, and they were both serving members of the military. Shortly after they met, both my parents were assigned to an Air Force base in Ontario. I was born in there, and my brother followed shortly afterwards. Roughly a year after my brother was born, we were transferred to the province of Quebec. We were located in a highly francophone region in Quebec, where my father had been posted at an army base. My parents decided to buy a house in a neighboring town. It wasn't a luxury home, but I enjoyed my time there as a kid. We had a large backyard which I spent a lot of time in, The history of the house is unknown to my family. From the looks of it, the house didn't really appear haunted. It wasn't bent out of shape, it was just a 1970s, 80s cookie-cutter house in an ordinary middle-class neighborhood. I suppose this might be one of many versions of what a basic family home would look like in North America. In this house, at 3 years old, everything started. We were what I thought was an average family, but happy and in good health. Nobody had any serious issues. The family dynamic was awesome, and my dad was incredibly creative and fun. For the most part, we were good children. We did well in our early school years, and we weren't too spoiled, especially because we couldn't afford to be. But my mom did everything she could to pamper me and my brother. She wanted a good life for us. She would save her money to ensure that we always had new clothes and shoes for school. She also always taught us good manners to treat all people with respect and not to judge others. Despite their eventual separation, they remained to be amazing parents. They always did their best to offer us a good life. When we moved to this town, my mother sacrificed her service to follow my father's. I believe it was a fluke that they were previously posted to the same base, because in the 1980s, career managers were not as accommodating to service couples as they are now in Canada. She decided to use this opportunity to raise her children and look after the home until we were old enough to look after ourselves. Once you entered the front door of the house, there was a small square area for removing your boots and hanging your keys. There were 2 sets of stairs directly in front of you, one to the ground floor and one to the basement. Below and directly to the left, there was a bathroom, and inside the bathroom on the left side, there was a small storage space. The space was large enough to kneel down and walk into. So my dad used the space to develop the film, since it was a dark and secluded room. While the restroom was on the left, my room was on the right, which was beside my parents' room. I had a small window in my bedroom on the left side that had a partial view of our large fenced-in backyard. I couldn't see anything, though, since the window was located high enough on the wall, and I was almost at the basement level. Plus, I was just a little guy. I vividly recall many details. My parents purchased my first bed for me when we moved into that house. It was lifted up onto a metal frame and painted bright red like a maraschino cherry. There was also a railing that my parents later took off when I became older. It was between the ages of 3 and 4 years old, but well before kindergarten before I experienced something so impactful that it would forever be burned into my head until this day. Most nights we probably went to bed between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. We were familiar with the routine, and we followed it. We had a very military style of discipline in our home. Not only were my parents in the military, but so were the previous generations in my family, and that culture carried on. We weren't perfect kids, but I'd like to think that we were well behaved. One night, which looked pretty much identical to all other nights as a child, except for Christmas, I awoke in my cherry red bed. I knew it was late because it was dark outside from my window, but not so late that my parents were asleep, because I could still hear them talking upstairs with the TV on. I struggled to fall asleep, so I lay down on my bed, looking around the room like any curious child. I was getting uncomfortable, so I turned over to my left side, which would have been facing the door to my bedroom. It was dark enough in the room, but I was in my room long enough for my eyes to be well adapted to the darkness at this stage. The only light that I had was from this gentle backside of a faint porch light, and any ambient light from the moon, if any. I looked around the room, and then I began to draw my attention to my bedroom door. It had passively piqued my interest, because I noticed that the area located directly in front of my closed bedroom door was unusually dark. I remember being able to look at the surrounding walls, but not that specific area for some reason. I kept watching the black mass, and I looked away a few times. Still looking around the room, I looked back at the door, and in the confusion saw an opaque black figure in the outline of a person, standing right there. It was probably about 8 feet away or so, give or take. I wasn't initially scared, and instead, I think I kinda giggled, thinking it looked like a person. And that some object in my room was obviously creating a very telling shadow of a humanoid. I kept looking into the shadows, but I started to realize that something seemed strange. The shadow itself was not on the wall. It was off the wall, in the room, standing like a person and opaquely black in color. No light seemed to come through. It was not transparent. It was not translucent. It was a deep black hole. Black. I was still confused, and I didn't really put too much thought into it, so I kept just gazing. In one moment, I was relaxed and intrigued as to what was causing this image in front of me, but in the next I was struck with paralyzing fear as I started to see the figure move towards me. It wasn't walking like a human, or something I even recognized on the planet at that moment in my life. There were almost no features. There was no face, but I could clearly discern the shape of the body, arms, legs, and so forth. He resembled a man. When the shadow approached me, I didn't do so by walking. There were no fluid, human-like limbs moving around in a human-like or even Earth-like fashion. This shadow would vanish, then reappear a step or two closer in a moment, as fast as a shutter can trigger on a camera. I didn't stop looking. I couldn't shout. I trembled. I cried. And I had my blanket set against my eyes, but I kept watching as if it were a film. It continued to move itself towards me, disappearing, reappearing, disappearing, reappearing, until he stood right over me by my nightstand. I was petrified by that moment. With the speed, I threw the blanket over my head, and I buried my face as deeply into the pillows and blankets as I could without suffocating. It never left. My eyes were closed, but it made no difference. 3 of these shadows were penetrating their way into my mind, even though my eyes were sealed shut. These shadows were continuously morphing into vivid and horrifying shapes and unpicturesque images, all with the purpose to cause overwhelming fear. I could see them in my head. They were clear as day. It was almost like they were telling me, "You can't hide from us." I felt them take great pleasure in my fear. It was very dark and sinister, and I couldn't get these figures to leave. I felt trapped like a deer being surrounded by wolves. I could no longer bear it, as I knew I had no place to hide. Somehow, I had the courage to dash out of my room and scream for my parents. I remember running up the stairs to the living room, tripping, and on the way I shouted, "Mommy, Daddy, I have a man in my bedroom." I was emotionally distraught, weeping, trembling, and hyperventilating. My mother did what I think most moms would do and tried to reassure their kid that it was just a dream and to go back to sleep. I insisted on the fact that there was a man in my room. My parents took me back to bed, turned on the light, and said a prayer while leaving a holy crucifix underneath my pillow. It's the only case I can really recall in this specific town, but it wasn't my last experience. They came back at times later in my life, from the age of 9 to 18, and at much higher intensity. Our childhood bush house. When we were young, my cousins and I had a bush house at the end of the back garden just before the garden opened up onto the heath. Due to me being a full-time wheelchair user from birth, it was Gran's idea that instead of having a tree house that had to be climbed, it would be safer and more practical to have a bush house that all of us kids could use. Even though we protested greatly, although I'm disabled, I frequently used to climb trees in the local parks and over the heath, with the help of my cousins, obviously. But Gran's word was final, and we never argued with her, as she was a beautiful and lovely matriarch, but also as tough as old boots and very scary when pushed. So with that, we busied ourselves on choosing an appropriate bush for our new play area. On selecting a perfect one, Gran delegated tasks to the older boys to clear an outer area of the bush and also make a little hollow inside of it with pieces of spare wood on the ground to serve as a basic floor so that my little wheelchair could run safely and easily get inside of it. Gran was reasonably young at the time, and while the boys were doing the heavy work, she arranged us younger ones in getting furniture, supplies, and accessories to make our new play space cozy and comfortable for us all. A year later, our bush house was in full use. In the daytime, us younger ones played in it after school. On weekends and holidays, and in the evenings and nights, it was a place where the older cousins could have some privacy away from the eyes of Gran and Mom to do whatever they wanted to do. Our bush house was cozy, though. We got chairs, beanbags, and floor cushions donated by relatives and friends of the family. We also had a small table that we made a tablecloth for, and our Auntie Jay made some pretty curtains that we hung up best we could. We even had a cupboard where we kept snacks in, and only when the older boys or Mom were there. We were allowed to use the camping stove to heat tinned beans and sausages or pot noodles up and make tea. Gran's bingo friend, Jean, donated a hand-me-down rug. It was shabby and out of date, but we thought it was beautiful. It was slap bang in the middle of summer holiday, probably in early July when this happened. Elle and I were 7 and G was 11. Our older cousin, G's brother, A, was there earlier, but by 3 o'clock had grown tired of hanging around with us and had gone out with his mates. The 3 of them were coming back later to make us all dinner on the stove. Elle and I were sitting on the table playing Beggar Your Neighbor with a pack of playing cards that we got from the living room cupboard, and G was sitting in the corner of the bush house on a beanbag reading. The secret garden for the 3rd time. It was another normal day at home. Nothing unusual or odd occurred, till around 4, when we all heard a sound that was at odds with the peaceful scene. It was between a growl, an owl's hoot, and a man's mumbling. We weren't particularly outdoorsy kids, being born and raised in the outskirts of urban London. But being bright little girls, we all knew that owls are nocturnal creatures, and the accompanying sounds that were mixed with the hoots didn't come from the same bird. The weird sounds were joined by a furtive and stealthy rustling coming from the back of the bush house. Actually, it was really near to where G was sitting. She jumped up, stifling a scream by covering her mouth with her hands. We also saw a dark dog-like size shape through the dense foliage of the back of the bush house, which incidentally led straight into the beginning of the heath, as I said earlier. The strange thing about this figure was that it was very present, but rather ethereal, almost as if the quote-unquote figure was attempting to hide intentionally. Also, throughout this period, there were no other natural sounds, no bird songs, no insect sounds, no background human noise. Being right in the center of a council estate, you could always hear people talking, cars revving and dogs barking, all the regular noises of urban community living. But at that time, it was as if the entire world had paused, and us 3 were the only ones conscious and present, along with the mysterious figure. We didn't know what to do, but we gathered together and both G and L took one hand of my wheelchair and pulled me back out of the bush house. not taking her eyes off this translucent figure as we went. When we were free from the bush house and close enough for home for us to feel out of danger and safe, we just looked at each other very doubtfully. We were crapping ourselves. G said suddenly, "Stay here, don't move or speak." She ran to the garden shed and climbed up the side to a sort of rotting roof. I completely lost it, letting out a squeal of utter fear. Quick-witted as usual, Elle put her hand over my mouth and hushed me. Elle and I watched while G looked over the hedgerow which divided our back garden from the beginning of the heath. From our position, her face was clearly visible. G's expression was a mixture of confusion, surprise, and fright, and her pretty brown eyes looked troubled. We waited for G to come back to us before asking her in an earnest way what she saw. She didn't answer straight away, but when she did, she said, "It was so strange. I didn't see anything. No dogs, no other animals." She paused, her young mind trying to summon the words to explain what she witnessed. "There was a man. I saw the back of him walking away towards the iron fence." My 7-year-old's mind found it hard to comprehend what G was saying, and one look at Elle told me that she was experiencing the same. We both said together, "What man, G? What did he look like?" G sighed, biting her lip, a habit that she still has today, when she's anxious, worried, or trying to explain something tricky or difficult. "I didn't see him properly. His face and all that. I only saw his back. He did have really long, scruffy hair, though." Her eyes wandered over nervously to the end of the garden leading out to the very public heath. Elle and I both followed G's gaze. We all shuddered. Nobody spoke for ages. For a long time we sat in silence, G and Elle sitting on the back step, and me in my wheelchair alongside them. Suddenly I noticed something and exclaimed to the others, "Everything's back to normal, listen." We all listened. The regular everyday noises had returned. The world appeared to have resumed business as usual. A while later, A and his 2 roommates, they came back sensing some tension from us. They asked us what was up. We did tell them everything, and 2 of them ran out to the back to have a look around. They were gone for about 45 minutes. When they returned, they said they didn't see anything. No strange man, no animals, nothing unusual or dodgy at all. We spent the rest of the day hanging out with the boys, eating dinner in the bush house, and later watching films and eating junk food. We didn't tell Mom about the experience until a few years back, long after we were grown up. We still didn't know or can't really explain what happened that day. Waking Dream Encounter. I come from a family of healers and sensitives, so I've had paranormal and supernatural experiences all my life, and a healthy respect for the spiritual world, which my Irish granny taught all of us kids. Around us constantly wherever we go. I've never really had any experiences with a black eyes child or children before. I don't even know if it really was that, but it's the nearest thing that I think it might be. It was about 7:30 a.m. I'd gone back to bed to catch up on some sleep after getting up with my husband and seeing him off to work. I was just drifting off to sleep again with my eyes lightly closed when the voice of my deceased grandmother said clear as a bell, "Be careful, pet." I've heard Gran many times before, so the only thing that made me uneasy was that, what did I have to be careful of? Mentally still very aware of Gran's warning, but reassured that my guardian angel was around me, I settled back down again. Again, my eyes were lightly closed when I heard a light tap on the bedroom window. We live in a council bungalow. Our small paved back garden is blocked off from the neighbors on either side, and our bedroom is directly inside it to save room. Telepathically, I could see through the window and the curtains a small, still figure standing pressed up against the window. Gran's warning resonated with me, and without saying the words out loud, I said in my mind as forcefully as possible, "You are not welcome here. Go away, stay away." I really don't remember much more after that until I woke up around 9:30 a.m. Later that day, I did smudge the home again. I had already smudged the bungalow that month. My cousins and I had always smudged our homes every month as Gran did, as it banishes negative energy as well as unwanted spirits. I've always thought of this as sort of a kind of waking dream, but there is little doubt in my mind, and I'm thankful as ever for my Gran for her warning. I'll be watching you. I grew up in a very paranormal active home in East Bethel, Minnesota in the mid-90s. As I mentioned in my previous posts, this house had every type of ghost you could think of. A shadow man in a hat and trench coat. Another shadow figure that bizarrely danced down the hallway. An unknown man in a fishing getup. A doppelganger of my father, giggling girls, and many other unseen entities. We experienced all kinds of unexplained electrical malfunctions, like the dishwasher starting itself despite not being used in years, radios playing and changing functions, seemingly on their own, and broken lights suddenly turning on by themselves for no apparent reason. There were also times that there would be knocking on the walls and explosive pounding on the front door, all without any plausible cause. This particular incident occurred in the summer of 1997. I was 5 years old and was just about to turn 6. My younger sister and I were sleeping in what was supposed to be our big girl's room. It was a previously unused room in the basement that my mom had decorated for us in sort of a ballerina Barbie theme when she was expecting her baby brother. She wanted the new baby's room to be close to hers, so we were evicted from our cozy bedroom upstairs to the cold and neglected basement. My mom had added some Barbie sticker decals to the walls and splurged on a queen-size bed Barbie comforter and pillow shams to make the uncomfortable room seem more exciting to a 4- and 5-year-old. For some reason, me and my sister were sharing a bed in this new room, even though we had our own beds when we were in the upstairs room. Despite all of my mom's efforts and the assurance of my sister's physical proximity, the downstairs room always made me anxious. I would beg my little sister to let me keep the small television on to comfort, but she hated that staticky feeling that was emitted from the television that she seemed ultra-sensitive to. One early morning between 3:30 and 3:45 a.m., I woke up to an eruption of chaos happening around me. The first thing I became aware of was that my little 5-year-old body was bouncing up and down off the mattress without my control. I was laying on my back with my arms slightly to my sides. My knees were bent, sticking up in the air with my feet flat on the mattress. My body was bouncing as if someone was quickly jumping up and down repeatedly on the mattress very close towards my feet. The next thing I noticed was how dark the room was. It was always dark when the TV and all the lights were off, but this was different. It was so dark I couldn't make out the outline of the door opening less than 10 feet away from us. Meanwhile, the FM radio clock plugged in on the shelf above our heads was playing an unknown song at a volume that felt like it was going to shatter our eardrums. This unknown melody pierced the dark room like an alarm, causing panic and confusion. My sister was in the bed laying on her side facing me. She was not bouncing up and down like I was. She was shaking my arm and crying. She was begging and pleading for me to wake up and make everything stop. Without even taking a moment to think about how or why any of this was happening, I sprang up to my feet, and while standing on the bed, I pulled the power cord of the radio from the wall. Silence immediately enveloped the dark room and seemed to bring in calm. At the time, I didn't know the song that the clock radio had been screaming out, but as I grew up, I would learn that it was the Police's 1980s hit, Every Breath You Take. It took me 15 years after this experience to appreciate how creepy that song was, especially in the context of this event in a home plagued by invisible entities. Every breath you take, and every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. After I unplugged the radio, somehow my little sister was able to go right back to sleep without so much as a peep about what we had just experienced. I don't remember doing so, but I know that I went to my parents' bedroom that night and laid down on the floor of my mom's side of the bed. I remember just laying there, wondering what it is that I had just experienced. What did my dog see and sense that I didn't? I, a 22-year-old female, have a black Bichon, I don't know if that's Bichon or Bichon, Bichon, currently vibing in my feet. He's 4 years old and male. He's the love of my life and the goodest boy possible to exist. He never barks or chases cats, or dogs, really. He's always quiet and understands when my anxiety hits me, and cuddles with me until I sleep. Even when I shave him, which he completely hates and whines about, he gives me his paws and moves around for me to be able to reach him better with the shaving machine. When it's time for a bath, I just go to bath time and he zooms to the bathtub. He's really the greatest, and I fear for the time that he won't be around. A few nights ago, I got home a little bit late due to some work, and we went for sort of a night walk at 2 a.m. I don't mind the time because we live in a small village, and I usually take him around the corner and back. So for context, I live in a narrow street. My house is right next at the start of the street, and further down at the end, there's a homeowner with a pit bull that goes vivid, even if he hears me just wind. All their yard is covered in thick metals just for their dog to not see or bark at others. No residents can sort of confront to pass from there and enter my street. And if they do, trust me, you will hear them. That pit bull always goes extreme for any dog that might pass by and barks if he just hears them 2 blocks away. Between the start and the end of my street are exactly 6 and 6 houses opposite each other, and none of them connect to any other street or have dogs. Guess why? But me. Even if my dog goes more than 200 meters beside the pit bull's house, it goes vivid and barks all night. So as I'm reaching about halfway and looking at my dog, I always have my eyes on him because some neighbors kind of put poisoned food a while ago as bait and nearly got to him. He hears me, but not in regard of the food, so he's completely sort of demolish every single bite of anything he sees. Suddenly I see him frozen, looking at something, and he steps back and starts growling. He never growls, not even barks, so I raise my eyes and see the figure of an older mister with a leash and a dog on its end. The lamp of the street is exactly behind him, so I can only see black in his figure. I immediately turn to my dog and go, "Bad boy, don't growl." My dog's now in a normal state, and I turn and say, "I'm sorry that he barked at you, sir." With no more than a second, I raised my eyes and there was no one there, like the guy I was talking to didn't even exist. I freaked out and rushed me and my dog home. If this mister was just a person walking his dog, he couldn't have come from the end of the street because the pit bull would have barked. And also, he couldn't have come from behind me because I would hear or see him as the figure was like 10 meters in front of me. None of my neighbors there are elderly or with dogs. So what the hell was that? My dog's never growled since then. My grandpa keeps pulling pranks from beyond. I moved in with my girlfriend a little over a month ago and brought a locket with my late grandfather's picture in it and a necklace that has some of his ashes. He died 5 years ago from lung cancer, and we were really close, like I was his favorite grandchild, and I stayed at my grandparents' house every weekend close. He was a kind and loving man and was much more of a father to me than my actual dad was. He also loved to joke around and pull little pranks on people when he was alive. Even when I visited him during his last days, he was in a good mood and made jokes with the nurses in the hospital room. I think he's still at his jokes in the afterlife. A couple of days ago, I was getting out of the shower and drying off with our electric toothbrush cleaner turned itself on, with no one pushing the button to activate it. I said, "Hi, Grandpa," after it happened and told him to please stop pulling pranks when I'm not dressed, and I instantly felt a warm tingling sensation on my body as if someone had hugged me. Then yesterday, my girlfriend called me while I was at work to tell me something else had happened. She and her mom got home from running errands, and my daughter's Kindle tablet turned itself on and started playing a Disney movie that she was watching before I took her to daycare on full volume. She said it didn't feel malicious, but still freaked her out a little bit. I told her that my grandpa loved to mess with people who were new to our family, and it seems he's still continuing at it as a ghost. The disturbing painting. This happened to me when I was around 6 or 7. I was sleeping in my parents' room because I had trouble sleeping alone. My parents' room is quite big with a double bed in the middle with a large full-body mirror to the left. Their room had lots of pictures and paints of tigers since they were my dad's favorite animal. One day I woke up to my mom and dad being gone, and it was just me in the room. The room was dead silent, except for a fan blowing. I woke up facing the mirror, and in the reflection I saw one of the paintings had deformed. It looked like a human face, but all mangled up. I was terrified, my eyes widened, and I hid under the blanket with my eyes poking out watching the painting. I couldn't move. It was terrifying just watching me through the mirror. I knew it was just a tiger picture, as I knew the room well since I grew up in the house, but I just felt like something changed. An hour goes by and I'm wide awake watching the painting, still looking in the exact same direction, even more terrified. My palms are getting sweaty from holding the cover so tightly over my head. Another half hour goes by and it still looks the same, but I muster up the strength to move the blanket and look at the painting dead on. I move the blanket, and I look to my right, and I see the painting looking like how it normally did. But all the fear I had just left my body as if the painting was feeding on the fear. I think back on that day and remember the fear I felt that painting, still on the wall. And I sometimes look in the mirror to think what I could have saw, but I just see the tiger. I don't know what it was, but I was tired and my mind was playing tricks, or did something demonic enter the painting? And I just saw it showing itself to me. Weirdest stayover at my cousin's place. One of my cousins had recently moved to a new neighborhood, and she had a housewarming party. All of us cousins met after a long time. Our family is huge, so I have a lot of cousins. 8 of us decided to stay over and we smoked some weed and had a lot of fun. And then when we were all out of dopamine, we just sat there and talked for like 2 hours. One of the maids went inside a room and we all saw her go in there as we were all sitting in the main hall. After a few minutes, the door slowly creaked open. They hadn't installed the doors for some reason, so they were just using some creaky old wooden doors for the time being. Not all of us noticed it until it slammed shut. That got all of our attention, and then it slowly started to open, creaking noisily, and it slammed shut again. And now we started to hear the maids' sort of bangles slamming against each other at crazy speed. In India, most of the middle-aged and old women tend to wear a lot of bangles on their hands. That was creepy, so we started calling out the maid's name. And that's when it got crazy. One of my cousins decided to go check what was happening, so he stepped into the room. And to his surprise, he didn't find anybody at all inside the room. There was no one, and he freaked out and ran back. We all went in and turned on the lights, searched everywhere, even though we already knew that there was no one in there. We were all creeped out. We went back out and started sort of try to make sense of it. We never really could. We had the most dedicated discussion of our lives at that point, and it went on for an hour or two. My cousin also said that she experienced some other unexplainable shit too in the past few days. She didn't expect it to happen with so many people in the house. So eventually, we all gave up on it, and some of the cousins decided to sleep. 4 of us, though, decided to go out for a night walk. This neighborhood was very weird. People were creepy, and the whole area was built on a hill or something, as it was so steep. It was literally like climbing up and down a hill. And we first saw an old woman walking up the hill. It was 3 a.m. and she was hunched like crazy. She moved in a creepy way past us. We were like, damn, okay. And then we turned a corner, and that street was the creepiest. People or shadows were looking at us from all the windows. First I thought it might be the after effects of weed or something, but then all of us saw the people, so we were like, all right, let's take a turn around the corner. So we started walking faster, and then some woman comes out and throws a glass of water on us from the balcony. We were so confused why this neighborhood was so weird. We turned the corner and headed back and went past a black street dog. And when one of us were opening the gate slowly, so that we didn't disturb the whole neighborhood, we saw a dog, or its legs, moving in the shadows. Then we turned to our right, and that's when we saw at least 10 identical black street dogs just staring at us. That tripped us out, and we went in. One of us said that as we walked down that creepy street, more and more dogs started walking behind us. They kept increasing in number, according to him. But that shit tripped me out. Maybe those dogs could sense something weird in the neighborhood. Because, like, people say dogs can sense otherworldly shit. Maybe they were protecting us. I don't know, but it was really creepy. We went back to the other cousin, who had decided to put out mattresses on the floor in the main hall. And we hadn't really slept, so we put it out there and decided to sleep. The next morning, everything felt better. We all told my cousin to move in again because this neighborhood was fucked up. Or rather, to move again because this neighborhood was fucked up. When we went home, the streets still were creepy. The kids were playing. Were still creepy. Not at all normal. And it was a wild sleepover altogether. And the maid had gone home that night. She never was there, and so yeah, that's fucked up. Not sure what to think here. I'll start with some basic info before I begin the whole rundown. I currently live with my grandparents in the basement while I go to college. This house was built 30 years ago by my grandpa and great-grandpa, and my grandparents have owned it ever since. Other than our neighbor dying on the front lawn 20-ish years ago, nothing really traumatic has happened in the home. So this story begins really like 15 years ago when I was younger. I would have waited a little bit to call these bad images that were in the corner of my eye that I would see. They were things in the house, and I would always see this sort of creepy smile. But other than that, I couldn't tell you if any of the other features were there. Also, sometimes at night you would hear toys in the game room being moved, like someone was playing with them. As I grew up, I still saw these things out of the corner of my eye in the house. The seeing things grew more and more as I got older, to seeing full-body moving things while out and about and in the house. Fast forward to 4 years ago after moving into the house. At first, nothing seemed really weird. I would see these things from time to time, but nothing really distressing, and I basically just began ignoring it. I started noticing things at night when I was sitting up in my living room in the dark, and I would get an uneasy feeling like someone was watching me. Specifically from the entire way of the game room, some nights I could rationalize things and be sort of fine, and other times I'd have to get up and turn the light on to make the feeling go away. 2 to 3 times a week, starting from when I moved in, I would wake up with an ungodly feeling that I was being very much watched in the middle of the night, only to have nothing there and just rationalize the feeling. I was chronically ill when I moved in and began to notice that when I would return home, my feelings and symptoms would get worse. I would immediately start feeling sick just pulling in the drive. Weird, but I chalked it up to stress and honestly didn't even notice it till my fiance pointed it out one night. I always complained more of being sick when I was home. Along with feeling extremely tired at home and sleeping significantly more, all of these things were weird but honestly could be ignored. It wasn't till about a year ago that things escalated. It started with things going missing for weeks at a time, and eventually appearing again in very obvious spots. I would complain about it to my fiancé, and he would joke that Casper was messing with me and thought it was just funny. It was annoying one time my toothbrush disappeared for 3 days and I found it in the gaming room. That lasted for about 3 months. That's when things got really weird. I would start hearing noises that I couldn't explain, like thumping. After thumping, it escalated to footsteps when I was alone or late at night. After Christmas, I had just gotten home and there was a loud crash at about 2 a.m. that startled me out of bed. I darted into the hallway to see what sort of maybe fell. I couldn't find anything. That's when I went upstairs to find all of my outside lights were on, when they were not on when I went to bed. I thought it was extremely weird, but I went back downstairs, rationalizing that my grandpa must have woke up and turned the lights on. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, I flipped the lights off and looked toward the game room that has a door in it that leads out, and noticed the door was slightly open. I didn't notice it before because when I came out of my room, I turned on all the lights. So it wasn't till the lights were off that I could see the outside lights peeking through the door. All thoughts of paranormal went right out the window. I ran back upstairs and woke my grandpa up, convinced someone broke into the house. The police came, and nothing was missing. The only thing disturbed was the door and the outside lights. From that night on, I double-checked to make sure all doors and windows that lead outside were locked. Takes up to roughly March, that takes us up to roughly March of this year. After the crash incident, things were quiet. Nothing went missing. There were no noises or thumps. I couldn't explain it. And then one night I was asleep on the couch at 2 a.m. I woke up to thumps, followed by what sounded like loud breathing right behind my ear. I immediately picked up my phone expecting to see some horrible thing behind me, but nothing. Freaked me out, and I went to my bedroom, locked the door behind me, and stayed up all night because I was so freaked out. About 2 weeks later, it happened again. Woken up in the middle of the night by thumping and breathing that sounded like it was right in front of me. But again, nothing. The same thing happened. I locked myself in my bedroom. Sometime in mid-May, it happened again at about 8 p.m. at night, except this time I had just gotten out of the shower and I had cracked the bathroom door while I got dressed, and I heard what I thought was breathing, but it was right outside the cracked door. I got so scared this time that I sort of fled my house with no shoes on and a t-shirt and underwear, because I was convinced someone was in my house. I made my fiancé come back to the house with me to check my house and make sure no one was in there. He found nothing, and got my pants and shoes and slept at his house that night. I was convinced I was going crazy, and I still sort of think I am. Things died down 3 nights ago. I woke up at 4 a.m. with this terrible feeling of being watched and dread. I went and turned my lights on and noticed my bedroom door, that was closed when I went to sleep, was open about a foot. I shut the door and locked it, decently freaked out. There's been multiple times where I just didn't feel safe and had to sleep with my door locked to be able to go to bed. Well, tonight, I woke up at 3 a.m. sick to my stomach. I ended up rushing to my bathroom and vomiting. Not gonna lie, I was quite quick enough and ended up only getting about 80% of my vomit into the toilet and the rest on me. I didn't turn on any lights or close my bathroom door, so it was all dark. Because there was vomit now in my hair and on me, I needed to shower to get clean. I threw the dirty clothes in the sink and immediately got in the shower, keeping the lights off, hoping if I did, I wouldn't wake up anybody, or I'd just be able to go right back to bed after I had shampooed and cleaned my body. Still feeling queasy, mind you. I sat on the shower floor to gather my bearings while the warm water ran over my body. That's when I heard the thumps and the breathing. It sounded sort of far away, like it was in the doorway. The lights were off, and I couldn't see through my shower curtain to see if maybe I had woken up one of the grandparents with my vomiting. So I called out saying that I was sick and to go back to bed. I waited for a few seconds, and the breathing stopped. There was a loud crash in the bathroom, and everything was quiet. I opened the shower curtain, and my work phone, my personal phone, and my vape were now dangling off the countertop instead of on the counter where I had left them to charge the night before. I grabbed a towel and rushed into my bedroom where I've been sitting and writing everything out to sort of figure out what the hell's going on and if I'm not crazy or if I need to move. This is not cool. I don't appreciate it, and I don't like the escalation on patterns. Breathing sounds that switch locations at night. I'm going to bed during the night. Everyone else has gone to bed. As I lay in my bed, I hear breathing sounds. Heavy, very human-sounding breathing sounds. They're coming from right outside my window. After a bit, I get up to look out my window, opening it. Now the breathing sound is coming from much farther away, from my neighbor's house, like 10, 15 meters away. It's the same human-sounding heavy breathing, but now it's got pretty much completely moved away from me. But nonetheless, I can still hear it very clearly. I close the window and get back into bed, and now the breathing has zipped right back. It's right outside my window. It seems to be right outside the glass. There's no mistaking it. I do this again 1 or 2 more times with the same result. Then, window closed, as I go into my bed once again, I hear the heavy breathing, but it's coming from right in my air vent. The air vent is situated on the floor, just before my bed, slightly to the right. It sounds as if there's an invisible face just behind the air vent screen. And this isn't air pumped from the vent, it's the exact same human-like heavy breathing. This goes on for some time, but later it switches to coming from my doorway. My door is open, by the way, leading to the dark corridor. It seems as if someone is standing right in the doorway, even though I can see that there's no one there. Not being able to do anything, I fall asleep. Anticlimactic, yeah, but what else am I supposed to do, honestly? Ever since, it's really never happened again, except that one night. I have no idea what caused it, and it wasn't like I was sleep deprived or anything. I was perfectly awake and everything, not at all tired. Recent doppelganger encounter. Last Sunday was my second night back in my dad's house. I just moved back to avoid homelessness, and bide my time until I can leave town this fall. I woke up close to 5 a.m. after a particularly terrifying nightmare involving a demon. This demon had no clear form of its own. It would target one person exclusively and take on the form of its chosen victim and use fear to weaken them to make them easier to possess. Once possessed, they'd find that the demon was controlling them to move them somewhere more isolated, where it would then leave their body, scare them in the direction it wanted them to go, and finally kill them in some horrific way. I saw the demon do this to several people, possibly hundreds. The last one is the one I still remember. It was a woman maybe 5'2" with blue eyes and wavy blonde hair going on her shoulders. She wore a denim jacket with a black shirt. The demon was doing everything it could to terrify her in her own home before being possessed after several weeks. Once possessed, she found herself in an abandoned factory. Other people followed from a distance as the demon walked her into the building. Over the course of a few hours, the demon scared everyone who went in to help her. They scared them out of the area or killed them in front of the woman as she ran for safety further into the building until she was alone in the basement. Another hour or two passes before she finds herself at a dead end in a dimly lit room with a vertical shaft. The demon appeared as the woman to scare her one last time, causing her to fall backwards into the hole. She was able to stand up and saw that she was at least 9 feet below the floor of the same room above. The demon looked into the hole with a sickening grin, taunting the woman as she begged to get out and tried desperately to climb the wall to the top of the hole to no avail. The demon walked away, leaving the woman to die slowly, all alone in the shaft. Nobody to hear her screams. I woke up, bolted upright in my bed, and heard my own heavy breathing. Not just from myself, but also about 3 feet away beside my computer. I saw nothing, but whoever or whatever it was in my room with me, mimicking my breathing, only louder. It stayed for about 20 seconds before footsteps could be heard heading toward the door and toward the kitchen. I got out of bed, unlocked the door, and searched the whole house. Dad was still sound asleep, and everything seemed normal again. This hasn't happened since. I hope it doesn't again. Strange experience with shadow people. A couple of years ago, for the entire month of October, I'd have encounters with shadow people each time I went out at night for a walk around the neighborhood, to unwind before going to bed. Nobody would be around to see this due to how late it was, and I never felt afraid among them. Their presence was strangely comforting, but there was a weird smell whenever they showed up in large numbers. It's kind of like a mix of old tires and dead leaves, strong enough to be almost overpowering to me with my almost non-existent sense of smell. One of those nights in particular sticks out to me. I didn't even get 2 blocks away before the shadow people began showing up. They ran between trees and peeked out from everything they could hide behind. I immediately got the feeling that they were more playfully mischievous and mostly curious about me walking late at night outside alone. Suddenly I felt so different. I got the overwhelming sensation that I was no longer among the living, that I was one of the shadow people and could run with them indefinitely. I couldn't resist the urge to run, and I felt no exhaustion. While running in the dark around the neighborhood, I saw more shadow people appear, and I kept running faster and faster, feeling a euphoric rush of energy like I never had before. I no longer felt comforted by the presence of the shadows. It was replaced by a sense of kinship with them. More kept appearing. Eventually, a streetlight came on, and I felt my energy level drop while I became exhausted. The experience was over, except for shadow people still running everywhere. I went home as the shadows followed from a distance, wondering what just happened and waiting to experience it again. It hasn't happened before or since. I don't know what to think about it. From UFOs to shadow people, I hope you all had a good time listening. It's the end of our stories for tonight, and as usual, I thank you guys for sending me these and for giving me the opportunity to read them to you. And luckily, tonight, I didn't have anything strange happen while I was reading it, save for the odd gecko or dog barking in the distance on my end here. So, have a great night. See you next time. Thanks for watching Paranormal M and supporting the channel. Calling all skeptics, believers, and everybody in between, Paranormal M offers a platform for open-minded exploration of the unexplained. Subscribe and tap the notification bell to join the conversation and witness real supernatural stories. Glitch in a photo. I hope this is the right place, and it follows the guidelines, but something I wanted to share. Went to post and glitch in the Matrix, but apparently they won't accept experiences from when you were a child. So when I was much younger, around 10 or so, not sure of the actual age, but I was staying in a beach house for a holiday weekend with my family. My sister, my mom, my nanny, and my granddad, aunt, uncle, and cousins. I remember playing outside with my sister and just messing around when we had a childish argument, and she ran back. I walked off sulking, and after a while decided to go back to the beach house. I had zero sense of direction, and things have not changed since. I got lost. All the beach houses looked exactly the same, and I couldn't remember which number was on the door of ours, but something told me to open the door of one, and as I walked in, a group of adults stare at me in shock, and I freeze for probably a few seconds and run away embarrassed. I still remember my cheeks being flushed and nearly in tears. My sister ended up appearing around another corner and telling me to come in for dinner, and I never spoke about it. Anyways, maybe a couple of weeks later, I'm at my nanny and granddad's old house and sitting in my nanny's bedroom looking through photos of our beach trip. All of our normal playing on the beach and sunset pictures and family photos and all the like. Then we both see it. There's a photo of me in the scene that I described earlier. You can see the confused and embarrassed look on my face. You can see the adults staring at me, half smiling and half shocked. It was me in the wrong beach house. But who took the photo? I told my nanny what had happened, and she didn't say much. But she put the photo on the bed, tidied up the rest, and then made me lunch, and it was never mentioned again. Growing up around ghosts. I grew up in a house full of paranormal activity, till the age of 16, and then I moved away. Myself and my sister shared one small bedroom before moving into our mother's larger one and swapping those rooms. In the first room, the only experiences would have been the feeling of being watched, and that was prominent throughout the house, especially on the stairs, so we always ran as fast as we could, sitting on the couch. My eyes would continuously be drawn to that point on the stairs from the sitting room. I have memories of black shadows around that area and above. Sometimes in the sitting room, on the ceiling. My sister has her own experience with what she said was sleep paralysis, a woman in blue floating above her bed. But after moving into the larger room, that's when things got even more spooky and a little dangerous. I had friends who came round to point blank refuse again. as they had seen black shadows in the large standing mirror that we had. That feeling of being watched in that room was massive, and it wasn't a calm feeling either. It makes you go into fight or flight or freeze mode. Other times I would be alone and listening to my CDs or reading my magazines, and out of nowhere, I would need to run out of there, like a buildup of fear. I just knew it wasn't meant to be in there, or I wasn't meant to be in there, in my own room. The worst experience that I had was like 14 or 15 years old. I was home alone and reading a magazine at night underneath the covers, wide awake and the only light from my torch. Then it happened. My bed started vibrating. Gently at first, but it was enough to make me freeze. I curled up in the fetal position, begging myself to just fall asleep. It wasn't just vibrating after a while, but it felt just kind of as though I was being rocked. I can't describe the fear I felt in that moment, but it was like a buildup of dread, and I was 100% awake. My mother once told me that in that room, she was woken up to a lady shaking her bed and screaming. Didn't learn about it till years later and too scared to ask for more details. Things would go missing and end up in the weirdest places too. Like keys behind the toilet when I had left them on my bed. And I think other experiences, but I won't bore you with those. I never saw an apparition fully, just those and noises like footsteps and the normal creaking of the house. But I also woke up with a few scratches a few times. The time I believe I saw something wasn't even in the house, but a couple of years later after I had moved. I was walking to a friend's late at night with him and his brother along a country road, and I looked across to an empty house I had passed before. There were about 4 or 5 women walking in a circle. They were dressed in old clothes. Think old white dresses with bonnets. And they were holding lit candles. I could see the flames. As they did, they just all walked in a circle. I felt no fear, but as I shouted to the lads, they looked and the house was black and empty and dark. I've had many instances of kind of feeling as though I was being watched and not alone. Maybe I'm just paranoid from past experiences. Or maybe not. Saw a demon when I was little. I'm 32 now, and this is probably my first memory. I started kindergarten early, so I had to be 3 when this happened. I might have just turned 4. My mom didn't see it, but she'll vouch for me since she saw the pure terror in my face. And according to her, I wasn't the type of kid who imagined stuff or made things up. I grew up in a double-wide trailer, and one morning I was sitting on the couch watching cartoons while my mom was in their bathroom getting ready. When I looked to the right, something was in the kitchen staring at me, smiling. Its head was almost touching the ceiling, so it was well over 6 feet tall. It came into the living room, towering over me, smiling. It had big, sharp yellow teeth and fiery red eyes. It took a huge knife in my face, then continued to walk throughout the living room into the hallway. I promptly bolted out of the living room, through the kitchen, into my parents' room, and jumped into the bed. My mom came out of the bathroom a few minutes later and found me underneath the covers, hysterically crying. She was so convinced that she grabbed a steak knife out of the drawer in the kitchen and went toward the hallway and into my brother's room where the thing headed. I've Googled the description of this thing, and I feel like others have seen something similar. I won't go into all the details of my misfortune, but I feel like this thing has followed me my whole life in spirit. In one argument my mom and I had a few years ago, she called me a tortured soul. A phone call of a phone call I just had. I need help understanding, but this was years ago, and no one who I told seemed to believe me. And if they did, it's like they didn't think it was weird, although I've never heard anything happening like this to other people. So 2 years ago, my brother and my mom went to a concert. Neither very good on technology. They phoned me to order them pizza to their hotel. I did. Half an hour later, the delivery guy rings and says that he's outside, so I explained to him that I'd ring my brother and get him to meet him at the door. I phoned my brother as follows. Here's me. Takeaways outside. Brother. I'll go for it now. Me again. Be quick. He's getting a bit moody. Brother now. I'm just in the lift. Goes quiet while he's in the lift. Comes back on in the lobby. Brother. Just walking to the door. Me. He said he's there, so you should be able to see him. Brother. There's no one in here. Me. I just got off the phone with him. He must be there. Brother. I can see a car. I think that's him. Me. Good. Let me know when you've got it so I can get off the phone. Delivery man. Hello, I have pizza for you. Brother. Yeah, thanks, mate. Phone cuts off. I was happy. Didn't bother trying to call back. They were drunk, had their food, and I was just heading to bed. I just sort of stay on my bed and my phone rings. It was my brother. I answer it. Brother. Just walking to the door. Me. What? You've got your food. I heard you. Brother. There's no one here. Me. What are you doing? I literally just heard the takeaway man talking to you. Brother. I can see a car. I think it's him. By this point, I'd lost all sensation in my body because I'd realized it was the phone call I'd just had, and my brother couldn't hear me. Me. What the hell is happening? Hello? Delivery man. Hello, I have a pizza for you. Brother. Yeah, thanks, mate. Phone cuts off. I just stay there for like 5 minutes processing. But what the hell? I phoned my brother straight away and he had no evidence of a call on his phone. They'd been just eating pizza. But it was in my call log. I Googled it and I found nothing, no explanation. Was it a glitch in time? Did the government mess up recording conversations? My grandma saved me. My grandmother was a rock for me my entire life. And when she passed, my life spiraled out of control. This story is a celebration of the great woman she was. She passed away on July 4th, 2002. On top of losing her, a lot of bad things happened involving my family and caused me to spiral into a deep depression. I was suicidal and not in my right mind. On October 10th of 2002, I was driving alone on the beach in San Diego, California, with my best friend in the back. And he had just gone through a bad breakup, and both of us were extremely depressed. When I looked back in my mirror, I saw him attempting to cut his wrists, and that triggered a complete breakdown in me. I slammed my car into park, and then all but ran from the car. At the section of beach that we were at, there were cliffs. I walked away from my car and up to the top of the cliffs, thinking if anybody I care about wants to leave me, I'm just going to end it. I couldn't handle the emotional pain anymore. I walked up to the cliff and stepped off just before my back foot would have left the cliff. I felt a hand on my chest pushing me back, and I heard my grandma's voice say, "It's not your time." I spent the rest of my night collapsed on the side of that cliff, bawling my eyes out. I could feel her there with me, watching over me as I broke down. The very next day, I met the woman who pulled me out of my dark place. We started dating a week later, and 21 years later, she's still with me, happily married with 2 amazing children. Rest in peace, Grandma. I love you, and I know you're looking down on us. I hope the life I live, that you saved, makes you proud. The first time a paranormal encounter terrified me. I want to preface this by saying that I don't know whether or not I actually believe in the paranormal, but what happened to me back when I was a kid was definitely abnormal, to say the least. I was 5 at that time, yet I remember it as clear as day. I'll start by giving you a little layout of the apartment as I remember it. My bedroom was down a really long hallway, and the light bulbs in my mother's apartment would always burn out. I was used to it, and I wasn't scared of the dark. That all changed that day. My mother's bedroom was on the opposite end of the hallway, next to the living room and in front of the bathroom. I was drawing in my bedroom, way past my bedtime, when I heard a knock on my door. I understood I was found out, and I apologized before turning my lamp off. Suddenly, the doorknob on my bedroom door started shaking violently. I thought my mom was freaking out on me again, and I was kind of a pretty brave kid who didn't let myself get intimidated. I walked right through the room and opened the door, but there wasn't anybody. I don't know why, but I was suddenly overwhelmed with fear. I don't think I've ever been this scared in my life to this day, yet I've had weirder things happen. I ran down the dark hallway, and I was under the impression that something chased me through the darkness, but didn't see anything. I got to my mother's bedroom and snuggled up with her for a while she was sleeping. Unfortunately, she had pretty violent nightmares that would sometimes cause her to punch holes in the wall. And this day, she punched me in the face. I would have spent the rest of the night crying on her bedroom floor if she hadn't woke up to comfort me. There's been a lot more things that happened in that apartment, including incidents with shadow figures. Ask Reddit. December of 2018, I was alone at home as my ex was out of town on a work trip. One night, I woke up to the sound of rumbling and keys opening the door. I get up and run toward the hallway that overlooks the stairs and front door. When I see the handrail, I immediately notice the handrail of the stairs is decorated with lights and a poinsettia wreath spiraling down to the rail. I was incredibly confused as I had never decorated it at all. Then a second later, a man walks into the door. I still remember his face so well. He was tall, maybe 6 feet, military haircut. I think it's worth noting that we lived in a military base. Basically, everyone who lived in the housing was active military. He had light skin, he looked mixed, thin but in shape. He looked like a runner. Well, I'm watching this man walk into my house, take his jacket off, and put it on the side, on top of this small bench. All of this is happening so fast, but it felt so fucking eternal. As I'm watching him do this, I say out loud, "What the fuck?" And he looks up to where I'm standing, and he's just as surprised as I am, and he goes, "Oh shit!" Then I run back into my room and hop back into bed. It's only then that I wake up. Again. I immediately run towards the hall, but this time, there's no decorations or wreaths, and the light on the handrail, and there's no man coming in the door. It's as if I had crossed to an alternate reality for just a minute. Perhaps in a parallel reality, that man lived in that house, and I somehow glitched into the Matrix and crossed over into his universe and I saw him. He probably still talks about that to his buddies, like I talk to mine about mine. It's fucking bizarre. Ask Reddit 2. Oh boy, buckle up because I have one or two with a ghost or spirit and another with a cryptid. About 3 years ago, I was walking up a trail with my wife, and she's kind of sensitive to the paranormal. She was the first to get that weird feeling about the part of the woods that we wandered into, while it took me a bit longer before that gut feeling came in. We decided to ignore it and push forward, thinking there was probably an animal nearby, and we're just freaking ourselves out. Yet, we get another 100 yards or so down the trail, and I feel this burning on my back, and we decide to go back home. We get home and take my shirt off and find 3 long claw marks going down my back. She sages me and sprinkles this oil stuff on me, and the scratches disappear. Well, that's definitely strange. Cryptid story. About this time last year, I was hiking up a trail through some old native land, known to have burial mounds visible from the trails. I get walking a good ways down the trail and catch something out of the corner of my eye, standing on top of one of the grave mounds. But it's gone when I turn to look. For another 1.5 miles or so, I feel like there's something watching me, and I swear I've been hearing soft whistles from the woods around the trail, so I decide to whistle back. No sooner than I finished my whistle, a rock came flying past my head, bouncing off the tree beside me. I've stopped going into the woods since then. Ask Reddit 3. Well, this is a story from my childhood. My parents had moved into a new house after marrying, and after 3 years, I was born. I was 6 years old when it started. I had my own bedroom by 6 because my mom wanted me to practice sleeping on my own. On my first night, I had no trouble sleeping since my insomnia hadn't developed yet, and I fell asleep peacefully. I find myself waking up and I see the clock. It's 1:23. I wasn't used to staying up that late, so I started trying to sleep again. And then I hear the tap starting. I go to the bathroom beside my bed and I turn it off. Thought it was just a malfunction with the tap, so I try to go back to sleep. Then I hear the toilet flush. I just ignored it and went back to sleep. For the next 2 years in that house, things like this would happen. The toilet flushing, door closing by itself, tap turning on by itself. To this day, I don't even know the story behind it. Okay, here's a second story. This is not my story, but my cousin's. So my cousin went to my grandma's house to stay there for a few days. My grandma recently moved into the apartment, and she saw an apparition in an empty room. After asking about it to the landlord replied with, "Oh yeah, a person died in that room," and somehow was so chill while saying it. My cousin was horrified, of course. Third story. Yeah, I have a lot of paranormal stories. My grandma's husband, otherwise known as my grandpa, had passed away, and she saw an apparition of him. She described it as a figure wearing a white dress while smiling. The smile was so warm and beautiful that it filled my heart with joy, she said. It was very weird listening to, honestly. Fourth story. Oof. Apparently, my grandpa was some kind of magician who could do some amazing stuff. My grandma and my dad would tell me some stories like he could make water float in the air by chanting some kind of spell. Things like that. It was very, very weird. Fifth story. Big oof. So, apparently the apartment above mine, in which I live in now, had some pretty crazy stories. The apartment is still uninhabited to this day, since no one wants to live in the place with so many stories like this. You can hear laughing and screams from the apartment, confirmed by me. And if you rang the doorbell, the door would open. This has not been confirmed from me, but a lot of people from the neighborhood saying this. Another Ask Reddit. I used to get sleep paralysis quite a lot. One night I had a lucid dream. It started out that I was at work and I had super strength. I've had dreams like this before, and usually no one cared that I had superpowers. This time, everyone was admiring me and making me feel like I was a real hero. I got hurt on the job, so I had to go see the boss. At first, I was talking to the boss and things seemed pretty normal. General questions about the injury and stuff like that. Then he asked me, "What do you think about the powers I've given you?" And his face looked off somehow, just wrong. At this point, I realized I was dreaming, but I couldn't get out of it, or rather I didn't wake up. It just kept going while he started offering me more power if I wanted it. I don't know how to explain it, but I didn't feel like this was coming from my subconscious. It felt external and it felt sinister. Feeling like my soul was in jeopardy, I grabbed him and threw him through this door that appeared. It was a door to the void. I felt like I'd passed a test, and before I could think too much, the secretary at her work came out and stood in the doorway. She started praising me for turning down the temptation for power, but she just kept getting more and more seductive. Just like before, I felt like this was sinister and out of nowhere, so I threw her through the door as well. Nice. In that moment, I snapped awake, breathing heavily and actually feeling proud of some sort of accomplishment. I felt like I'd passed 2 tests of temptation, and again, feeling proud of it. I was about to tell my girlfriend who was laying beside me. In that moment, I suddenly became paralyzed. Just like sleep paralysis, except I was awake when it hit me. My eyes were open, and I was in the same world, but outside I could hear terrible things like screaming as people were being attacked and killed. I could visualize basically our world, but everything about it was violent and terrifying. Meanwhile, while paralyzed, I could feel something horrible flying toward my window to take me away. By this point, I was actually crying so hard my girlfriend woke up and started shaking me to snap me out of my paralysis. As soon as I got out of it, I held her, crying and telling her what happened. The whole experience made me feel like I'd been challenged with the temptation of power, then lust. And when those had failed, I'd forgotten about the last tool of the devil, so to speak, fear. This all happened the better part of 20 years ago now, and I remember it as clearly as ever. It's worth noting that I've never been a very religious person, and this was the first time I'd ever entertained the idea of being tempted by the devil or whatever. It was one of the most terrifying experiences I've ever been through. On a side note, a year later, Constantine came out in theaters and made me raise an eyebrow at the concept of hell being another dimension similar to Earth. The hell in Constantine was much different than the one I saw in my paralysis, but again, it was the concept that caught my attention in a way that was perhaps more meaningful to me than most. Ask Reddit again. Okay, so I'm going to add my own story now. Though this is almost a dead post. Not too dead, because I'm reading it now. I mentioned in some of my replies about the haunted mattress I had and my only UFO sighting, so scroll to find those too. But I'm going to add a story here about my first ghost sighting. I was very young, probably only 4 at the time. My family was visiting relatives in a house that they were staying in temporarily. My mother tells me the whole thing seemed very off from the get-go. The house was pretty old, though I'm not sure how old, and my grandparents must have been sensing something there from the start based on their reactions. But I'll get to that in a moment. Anyway, my brother and I were playing in the living room of a home, and apparently both my brother and I, each separately, went to my mother and asked her about the quote-unquote man in the window. I vaguely remember seeing the outline of a man's shadow against the window, but I don't remember any details. I wish my memory was better, but hey, I was 4, give me a break. My brother was asking, "Why aren't we talking to him?" To give a bit of context here, our family is massive. We have a ton of extended family, cousins, aunts, uncles, all that. So it wasn't too uncommon for us kids to meet complete strangers at family gatherings, which is why my brothers and I were not terrified of the strange man. My mother looked in the living room and saw no one in there and asked my brother where the man was. "Over there against the wall by the window," he replied, and pointed to the area where the man was. At this point, my mother was confused and my grandmother overheard the conversation and came over to us. "What is it?" she asked, and my mother explained what we were saying about the man. She immediately got a bottle of anointing oil and went through the entire house praying and putting oil above every doorway. My grandfather was previously a pastor of a Methodist church, so it was a reflex reaction that anything even remotely like a ghost or demon had to go. I should mention here that supposedly, and I say this because I don't know if I believe in it or not, the bottle of oil my grandmother has is special, because the bottle in her purse, and apparently whenever she needs to anoint something or someone, there will be oil in it. I don't know if I believe this, but I digress. After the house was prayed over by them, I believe we had a group prayer, and that was it. We didn't see the man anymore. I honestly wish my memory from the time was better so I could describe him to y'all. However, since it was not a traumatic experience or even something my mind could comprehend at the time, I don't remember much at all. Most of the details are from what my mother told me years later. Not me, but my grandpa's story. A little insight about my grandpa. He's about 70 years old and also has hallucinations periodically. Back a while ago, I was visiting my grandparents' house, only about 20 feet from the trailer I grew up in. My dad died when I was 7, and afterwards my family moved out to find job opportunities elsewhere. My dad loved the place. He would add all types of plants from his nursery job to the surroundings and build all types of things, like a special playhouse for my sister's 5th birthday. Fast forward to present day, and I'm talking to my grandpa when he brings up the trailer and how he uses it for storage of extra furniture that he has. Then he gets quiet and tells me in a low voice, "I've seen Juan here, Damazi." I ask him what he means, and he says that months back, he saw my dad taking a walk around the trailer. Grandpa called out to my dad, and my dad turned to him and said, "Hi, Wilson," and disappeared into the trees around the trailer. Later that same day, My grandpa's inside the trailer when he sees my dad stand outside on the yard in his work clothes. He turned to my grandpa and waves to him, then walked into the playhouse that was made for my sister. After my grandpa tells me this, I'm in complete shock, but in serious disbelief. Later, I remember thinking how crazy of a story it was to believe, but I couldn't help but wonder if my dad was still there, all those years after we had left. When I was a teenager, I got into the occult. I read Colin Wilson's book on magic, bought a pack of Golden Dawn Tarot, and read Robert Wilson. So one day in high school, I decided to invite people over for a seance. Now, I knew that seances had been very popular in Harry Houdini's day, but not all of these effects had been created with knockers and cheesecloth painted with glow-in-the-dark paint. There was one famous pair, the Fox sisters, who did table rapping by noisily crackling their toe joints. I thought that something would actually happen. So I invited a group of people over, served dinner, and started trying to communicate with the spirits. Seriously, we're calling the spirits that live in this house. Only nothing happened. So since it was getting boring, I decided to make something up. I turned to a girl sitting about halfway down the table on my left and said, "There's a woman behind you. She's an older woman, short with black hair that's mostly turned gray. She's wearing a dark blue dress with long sleeves and a scoop collar and a string of pearls." In my mind's eye, I was picturing someone like our biology teacher. Except this girl says, "That's what my grandmother was wearing when we buried her." Okay. I turned to the girl at the end of the table on my right. "There's a man here for you. He's young, and he's dressed in a dark blue suit. He says you've never met, but he knows about you." She says, "My uncle was an Air Force pilot in Vietnam. He was shot down shortly after I was born, but my dad had sent him a letter saying I'd arrived." Nothing much else happened, so he just sort of stopped. So the next year I went off to college, and Halloween comes around, and I decided to do a seance for anyone in my dorm who was interested. I put up a sign. This dorm was actually 4 attached buildings in total, with probably over 1,000 residents, of whom only 8 people attended. I knew maybe a dozen of people on my floor, none of whom were present. I'm saying this because what happened later would have been a great prank if the attendees had been my friends, but none were. So same deal. 2 people responded positively, but the third didn't recognize anything. Let me stop for a second and explain. I was doing this in a common room that we had reserved for the purposes of one of the freshman dorms on the east edge of the USC, right up against a street. I had a long table with a bunch of chairs for meetings. Against one wall directly behind me was a kitchenette, as we didn't have cooking facilities in our rooms. So I turned to the white girl sitting on my left and said, "There's a boy here for you. He's a young black kid about 10. He wears a t-shirt and jeans cut off at the knee." She said, "I don't know anybody like that." I asked, "Are you sure? He says he was hit by a bus out in front of your school." She denied knowing what I was talking about. This sort of put a damper on things. Well, the next year, I was a sophomore. I met a bunch of new freshmen who all lived in the other dorm. One of these was a girl who claimed to be a psychic. We started talking about things, and I told her about the seance that I'd done and took her to the room where I'd done it. In my dorm. She walked into the room and said, "Well, this room has a ghost." Oh? Remember, I was making stuff up when I did my seances. Yeah, there's a little black boy in a t-shirt and cut-off jeans, sitting on top of the refrigerator. He was hit by a bus and killed out there in front of the school. When I was younger, I used to be very sickly. I would basically be bedridden and coughing for weeks at a time. I was also prone to nightmares, especially one that kept repeating night after night. There would be a gray blob that would ooze through the window and hover over my bed. I would feel this sense of loss and somehow knew that the thing was responsible for it. The dreams would get more or less vivid depending on that severity of the particular sickness. When I was about 10 or 11, I had my worst bout to date. Stuck in bed for almost a month. I grew steadily worse and worse, and the dreams seemed to change. Whereas before, I just would feel a sense of loss and then wake up. Now the dreams lasted longer. Every night, the ooze would seem to grow more distinct, and I would feel a little more empty on the inside in the process. Eventually, it started forming the shape of a person, and then started forming a face. After a few more nights, I recognized the face as my own. Throughout this entire time, my family had a dog. He was a boxer named Spot. My sister and I were unimaginative kids, so sue me. And he also slept in my room. I always felt better when I woke up and he was there with me. When I got sick this last time, my parents decided to keep him out of my room at night. They thought having him there was distracting and keeping me from getting the rest that I needed. It happened about 3 weeks into my bed rest. I fell asleep and the dream began again. The slime oozed into my room, hovering above me. I started to feel that sense of loss and emptiness. The thing floated above me, started shifting and transforming until it looked like a duplicate of myself. Then something happened that hadn't in weeks since I had gotten sick. It opened its eyes, and its gaze was terrifying. It floated down to the floor until it was standing over me. I was unable to move and I was terrified, though I couldn't explain why. All of a sudden, through the mental fog of my fear, I hear my dog barking and scratching at my closed door. The door bursts open and Spot charges through. He leapt onto the thing standing over me and knocked it to the floor. He started biting it in the face and the throat and let out a scream in my own voice. Throughout this entire fight, I'm lying there, unable to move or make a sound. The thing seemed to deflate and transformed back into that ball of slime. It went back through the window, seeming to be leaking from multiple wounds, and all of a sudden my heart stops pounding, and I seem to pass out. When I woke up in the morning, Spot was on the bed. He was covered in scratches and had some gray thing all over his muzzle. My door was wide open, and the side facing the hall was covered in scratches. That was the day I started recovering. This story takes place around the time my son was 2 years old. One night, my wife and I had a pretty crazy and unusual experience that really freaked us out. When me and my wife first started to get serious and go out on actual dates, as opposed to late-night booty calls, I was introduced to her daughter. She was 3 years old at the time, and she's 10 now. She was the cutest little girl ever at that age. Obviously, as she grew, I spent a lot of time with her and her mommy. Fast forward a few years into the future, me and my wife decided to have a kid of our own. Being around for her daughter made me prepared to be a biological father. I never thought I'd have a kid of my own. I kept telling myself, nah, I don't want kids. But seeing this little girl smile and laugh made me feel like not having kids was a sad choice to make. Her daddy was still very involved in her life, so I try my best not to interfere with important moments of development between them two. Really made me feel like I was missing out on something special. When my son was born, it was the best day of my life. About a year after we brought him home, I noticed that every time I would carry him around, his attention would focus in our bedroom, particularly in the corner of the room by the closet. I'm not joking, guys. This kid would go out of his way by all costs to remain looking in this particular area. It would always give me the fucking chills. It was obvious that something was getting his attention, and he felt that he had to just keep looking at it, whatever it was. Fast forwarding again a couple of months later, he started to walk on his own. Now, I know it's pretty normal for children to be afraid of the dark, but at 2 years old, my son was terrified of it. The poor kid would not walk anywhere near the darkness. Me and my wife would work opposite schedules because working and babysitting at the same time was a bit of a juggle. When it was time for me to go to work, she was coming home. When it was time for me to come home, she was on her way to work. One day our schedules evened out and we were able to align a day off together. It doesn't happen that often, so we decided to take advantage of the day. We spent the whole time having fun and ended our night with dinner at a restaurant. It was around 9 p.m. when we got home. We were all so exhausted from having a fun day and decided that we were all going to go to sleep. We must have fallen asleep completely around 10 p.m. My son was on my left side, I was in the middle of the bed, and my wife was on my right side. My daughter was in her room. As I was asleep, I remember suddenly being somewhat conscious. Not because I wasn't tired. It felt more primitive than that. I can't really explain this part, but I'll try my best to be descriptive. I was in a dead sleep, but simultaneously felt conscious. I remember feeling overwhelmed and completely filled with intuitiveness, like something really fucking bad was about to happen. Then I opened my eyes. I couldn't help but feel like I was supposed to wake up at this exact moment. We live on a main street. I don't give a fuck what time it is. It's always noisy. But when I opened my eyes, I remember hearing nothing. Complete silence. The type of shit that makes you feel like something bad is going to happen right now. And I remember thinking all of this. All of these things that I'm typing right now. I felt all of it at once. I remember the air was thicker than usual. It was filled with so much tension that you could literally fucking feel it. And just as fast as I'm feeling all of this all at once, because this is all happening within a matter of seconds, I thought to myself to check on my son. I rolled over to my left side and felt for his little body, but he wasn't there. He wasn't in the bed. When I reached over for him and didn't feel him laying down next to me, my heart sank to the bottom of my stomach, and suddenly I knew what this intuitiveness was. I sat straight up in my bed thinking I was going to have to jump out and run around the house looking for him. I didn't have to do that. When I sat up, there he was. He was standing alone in the corner, closest to the closet. The room was very dark and the closet door was open. Inside of the closet was pure darkness, almost like a black hole within our room. And there he was, standing right in front of it, as if something was calling him or getting his attention to try to go inside. And before I could even blink, before I could even say a word or call out to him to come back to bed, this kid screamed the loudest scream I'd ever heard him do to this day. It was the kind of scream that made you feel the sincerity of the level of fear that they were feeling themselves. Gut-wrenching. Without even thinking, just pure reaction, I lunged forward and grabbed him away as fast as I could, pulled him back into the bed. I held him in my arms as tight and as secure as I possibly could, reassuring him that I was with him and he was okay. My wife was screaming and crying at the same time, asking me, what's wrong? What is it? What's wrong with him? And I told her, I don't know. I woke up and he was standing in front of the closet with the door open. And I remember she went quiet and said, please don't fucking say that. We tried talking to him, but we had to wait for him to calm all the way down. He was shaking and screaming. We couldn't hear each other over him crying so loud. It took him a while to settle his nerves, but eventually he shushed down. And he did so. I turned to my wife and asked her, what the fuck just happened? This is exactly what she told me. She said, I don't know. I was in a deep sleep when all of a sudden I woke up. I woke up for no reason, but when I opened my eyes, I felt scared, like something really bad was going to happen. It really scared me because it was really quiet and there was so much tension in the room. I was so scared when I woke up and I don't know why, but it felt like I was supposed to wake up. It felt like there was a fucking reason why I was up. I don't know how to explain it. I was scared and I felt like I had to check on my son. I was literally about to wake you up and tell you something felt wrong, but before he could even move, he started screaming and you grabbed him before he even knew that he wasn't in the bed with us. When she told me this, it blew my fucking mind. I looked her in the eyes and told her, everything you just told me is exactly what I experienced when I woke up too. Do you realize we both woke up at the exact same time and felt all of the exact same things at the exact same moment? What the fuck are the odds? Like I mentioned before, my son is terrified of the dark. What in the world would make a 2-year-old get up in a pitch-black room by himself and walk over to the most darkest area of the bedroom, let alone closet? Till this day, I don't know why the closet door was open when I grabbed him. The way he was standing in front of the closet looking inside of it felt like something had revealed itself to him, and it scared the shit out of him. Night Terror, Part 1. When I was 12 years old, I used to have these really fucked up dreams every night. My environment was really bad. My family was full of drama. My life was full of downs more than I'd ever experienced ups. No matter how negative things were around me, I always had a positive head on my shoulders. The only time I would feel out of it was when I would wake up from a nightmare. That's when I would feel my most vulnerable. Anyways, my nightmares would eventually graduate into night terrors, and before I knew it, I would act out my dreams completely, as if they were actually happening to me. Sometimes they would get so bad that my mom or somebody, anybody really, would have to grab me and snap me the fuck out of it. The only problem with that was that sometimes I would be too violent to wake up. My mom and my siblings would always tell me that every time they would try to physically wake me up, I would throw an elbow at somebody's face, or things would drastically get worse, intensifying my night terrors by trying to constrict me. The last night terror I can recall really scared the living shit out of my family, especially my mother. She asked me what I was dreaming about, and when I told her about my dream, she had finally had enough and took me to therapy to see a counselor. I can still remember every detail about the last night terror I experienced. It still fucks my head up when I think about it. Night Terror Part 1. My dream started off with me and my sister walking around uptown Whittier in California. It was after hours and I kept getting the sense that we were being followed. Finally, we hit the main street. Flagging down a taxi to take us home, it pulls up on the side of the curb and we get in. I remember the driver asking us, "Where are you headed to?" And right in the middle of my sister giving the driver directions, he suddenly falls out of the car and dies. I don't know why, it's a fucking dream, go figure. We immediately get out of the car and notice that all of the drivers to all the other vehicles have done the same. Everyone was dead. The next day I go to school and see all of my friends. I remember walking up to my group and saying, "Hey, weirdest thing happened to us last night. Everybody was dead and all the cars were in the middle of the road and it felt like someone was And in mid-sentence, everyone at my school just dropped dead. I remember feeling immediately frightened and extremely confused as to what in the literal fuck was going on. I took 2 paces backwards when suddenly somebody grabbed me from behind, grabbed a full fist of my hair, pulled my head back, and whispered into my ear, "You cannot prevent this. You will not survive this. You're going to experience more pain than your little mind can possibly imagine. I want you to run. I want you to run for your life. It will be pointless, because I will know where you're at. No matter where you go, no matter where you hide, before the sun sets, I will know what it's like to have your soul, motherfucker." The voice that said that to me in my dream felt so powerful, so unstoppable, that from an outer experience, it crushed me, not physically, but I remember I felt completely helpless. I felt so helpless that after hearing those words, somehow I knew I was dreaming. It's like my fucking conscience had suddenly kicked in and I was fully aware that I was fucking dreaming. Night Terror Part 2. The certainty and vulgarity in that threat completely filled my heart with fear. It felt like one of those situations that you see in movies when the kidnapper reveals their identity to a hostage, knowing that the one gesture seals their fate, enjoying the look on their face as they see them quietly panic about the thought of death and acceptance. Deep, right? Well, this is when shit gets weird. Fully aware that I'm dreaming, I start to yell to myself to wake up. I'm panicking, I'm running around in an atmosphere that felt similar to downtown Los Angeles, and I'm screaming as loud as I possibly can, wake up, you're gonna die, please wake up." I'm running throughout the buildings trying to find a place to hide. I'm running out of the buildings and running through the alleyways trying to find a place. It just seems pointless. I remember I started to get desperate, and knowing that I was running out of time, I started to scream for my mother to wake me up. I started to scream for my brother and my sister, for anybody to please grab me and wake me the fuck up. I remember thinking to myself in my dream, okay, this is just a dream. I don't know what's going to happen after I die in my dream. I don't know if I'm going to be able to feel whatever pain is coming to me, but I do know that this is a dream. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to wake up. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to have to wake up. My time was up. I remember standing in the middle of an alleyway and seeing a cardboard box. I grabbed the box and hid in the corner of the dumpster behind some trash bags and the cardboard box sitting over me. I tried to blend in with the environment as good as I possibly could when I suddenly heard footsteps getting closer and closer. With each footstep, my heart would beat faster. They were now approaching the front of where I was hiding, and I remember being so scared that I scurried an inch or two backwards. Without realizing it, my foot hit an old radio, and it accidentally turned it on. I turned around and attempted to turn it off in a panic, but at that point I knew I was fucked. I felt the cardboard get removed, and I felt somebody from behind me again grab my hair, pull my head back, and in the same voice with the same feeling as before, I heard it say, "I told you I'd find you." can't see who or what it was, but I can hear a long and sharp blade getting pulled out with that same ring as if you were sharpening a knife. I grabbed on the wrist that had a handful of my hair in, an attempt to break loose, and I kept screaming to myself, "I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna wake up." I hear a downward thrust, and I knew that was it. I had just died in my dream. I remember everything slowly turning white, and I can still hear myself screaming. I can hear myself begging this guy to stop killing me, and I can hear multiple punctures of a blade going in and out of my body. Then the sound of me screaming slowly faded away, and all I could hear, and all I could see, was pure white. I remember thinking to myself, why haven't I woken up yet? Where am I? Am I really dead? I remember feeling oddly calm. Suddenly I can hear my mom's voice screaming my name and telling me to wake up. I can hear her crying and panicking, telling me to please wake up. But I wasn't scared anymore. All of my fears had gone and vanished, and I suddenly felt peaceful. I remember the white kept getting impossibly more white, so much so that it felt bright and blinding. I remember seeing a pair of hands suddenly emerge from the white, and I don't know why this felt like such an important part of the detail, but damn, they were the nicest pair of hands I've ever seen. I know, trust me, it sounds fucking crazy, but man, they were perfect. I felt like everything was going to be okay. Then these hands formed as if they were going to grab me, but not actually physically touching me. Then they started shaking me, but again without physically touching me. Then I realized that they were trying to wake me up, and just like that, I woke up. I was in my room. Everyone was crowded around me, and my mom looked like she had just been through hell. After telling my mom about this dream, I remember I started crying, and I told her, "Thank you for being there for me when I woke up. I thought I died. If you never would have grabbed me and started shaking me, I don't think I ever would have woken up." I grabbed onto my mom and hugged her, and after about 5 seconds, she looked down at me and said confused, "I didn't wake you up?" And I said, "Yes, you did. I felt you, and I seen your hands grabbing me and shaking me, and I could hear your voice telling me to wake up." And she said, No one was touching you. Everyone was too scared. You were screaming for dear life while you had your hands over your head like you were trying to pull someone off of you. Then you went silent. Then you stopped breathing. No one knew what to do. You were getting ready to call for help, and out of nowhere you just woke up on your own, like nothing happened. To this day, I still don't know what in the fuck actually happened to me. All I know is I will never forget what those hands looked like. They saved my life. The day I left Earth, and anything resembling it thereof. So I'll start by saying this. I've never once smoked crack a day in my life. And it had been at least 15 years since I had ingested any type of hallucinogenic. Though I am a California pothead. Please refrain from making stupid comments about marijuana use, because anyone who actually uses marijuana knows you're not going to see an alien battleship appear out of thin air. It was the beginning of 2020, before COVID had hit. I want to say the end of January, early February. I was in my room in one fateful night in Southern California, and I was on a FaceTime call with a friend from Canada. I had 2 out-of-body experiences in the same night, both while still on a FaceTime call. The first one happened so fast I almost didn't even really believe what was happening. But not exaggerating, in less than the blink of an eye, literally milliseconds, I was looking at myself through my friend's eyes, and was back in my own body, It was literally so fast, but when I realized I was back in my own body, it's like I had just received an operating system update. Hundreds of pieces of information were instantly downloaded into my head, all individually processed and categorized simultaneously, instantaneously. Things I'd wondered about for 10 or 15, 20 years just instantly downloaded into my mind and memory. Then at some point, a rough guess I'd say, maybe 10 or 15 minutes after that, I was still on the FaceTime call, standing on the side of my bed trying to process what just happened still, when my eyes were drawn to the wall at the top of my bed, where the pillows go. 1 second, I'm looking at the wall and noticing how the light's hitting it, and then suddenly I was in a field. But it was not like any field I've encountered here on Earth whatsoever. Dimly lit, with no real definite shape to anything, and it appeared that I was in a cloud of mist. At first glance, it didn't appear that the field was all that big, but then I remembered looking from side to side to see where I was, and I remember the mist extending forever, like an infinity pool. I could tell you I wasn't in my physical body, and it felt like I would have been right in the other side of my own wall, essentially in my neighbor's grass looking down at my room at a 45-degree angle. At that point, I remember thinking to myself, where am I? But it didn't feel like a normal thought, almost as if I spoke it, but I couldn't audibly hear it. Then as soon as I thought this, I was overtaken by the most intense, overwhelming light and presence and aura I've ever encountered, like looking into the sun if the sun were 1,000 times brighter and more intense. I literally can't stress the intensity of this light more. And then next thing I know, I'm sitting up off my bed, consciously back into my physical body, in my room. I had my phone in my hand, and I picked it up to find my friend was still on the FaceTime call, but she didn't let on that anything had just happened. She literally just smiled at me, as if not a single thing had transpired. Been reading the Bible ever since, and I promise on everything I had not read the Bible a single day in my life before that, never even once. About a week after this, my mom confirmed a belief of mine. Having had more close encounters than I can chalk up to coincidence, I told her I felt I had a guardian angel watching over me, and my paternal grandpa's last dying wish confirmed this for me. What happened to me and my sister on the first of the Day of the Dead. So last year, on the Day of the Dead, me and my sister were preparing the altar, and it was maybe around midnight, and the altar wasn't finished, but me and my sister got sleepy, so my sister went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and stuff, and I stayed in the living room. I was on my phone reading a comic, when I heard like a small tapping in the kitchen that kind of freaked me out, so I scooted away from the kitchen, and I remember everything being dark, so I turned on my phone flashlight, but it didn't really help. But then my sister came out of the bathroom, and we went to sleep. But in my sister's point of view, I was holding my phone with the flashlight on when the lights were on, and she found it funny at first, but then she noticed me staring at the wall with a blank stare, and it freaked her out. But then I snapped out of it and went to the hallway, and I walked to my bedroom normally. But I didn't remember looking at the wall. All I remember is her coming out of the bathroom and her walking me to my room. Also, all the animals were acting weird that night. Creepiest thing that ever happened to me. I had some old Adidas shoes, and I was about to sell them on an app like Facebook Marketplace, and it was like Wednesday, and I planned to meet with a buyer Saturday. Friday night, I had a dream where I was about to meet that guy, and I suddenly teleported to my grandma's house, right when I was about to meet that guy. I had to make an excuse for that, because that guy wouldn't believe that I just got teleported a few cities away, and I just told him that in my dream that my mother had some problems, and we had to rush her to the hospital, and we can't meet that day. I don't remember any more of that dream, but when I woke up, I realized it wasn't real. It didn't mean nothing to me, and I just went along with my day and called the guy to meet him as we planned. And then when he picked up the phone, he literally told me that we can't meet that day because his mother got some problems and he had to rush her to the hospital. I dreamt exactly what he told me, and it really messed my head up because what I said in my dream happened to his mother. It's like I predicted it. But for me, that's my creepiest experience I've ever had with a glitch in the Matrix. Hope you guys got my idea. I think I'm dealing with a mimic. Maybe something else. I seem to have an ongoing problem hearing knocking on my door in the middle of the night. Half the time I chalk it up to weird dreams, as I'm usually half asleep when I hear something, and usually have a precursor of a strange dream beforehand. Tonight was a little bit different, though. Sure, I was half asleep when I heard my husband's key jingle and the lock on the front door click. About that time, the baby started fussing, so I passed her a pacifier. Awake enough now, I could hear my husband walking around the living room. I head to the restroom. I do what I gotta do, still hearing his keys jingle as he walks, then silence. I go to the living room, no husband, door locked, no car in the drive, front porch light off, and even texted him to see if I was still at work. He works two counties over, and he assured me that he was still on patrol. To clarify the whole carbon monoxide thing I keep seeing on similar posts, we live in a fully electric trailer in the county, no gas whatsoever. To add, as far as I know, nobody has ever died in this trailer. It's from the 70s, however the previous owners were up to no good. Mostly drug involvement. Shut up, Gecko. And I have suspicions that their 7-year-old daughter may have been involved in an unwanted act. As when we moved in, they left belongings behind, including her toy box, which had a very small lingerie in it, as well as an exterior lock on her door and a window that opened only from the outside. Probably not relevant, but bad acts can bring bad energy. We've had the house cleansed. I can say for sure with what, but it wasn't sage. Sorry, I can't say for sure with what, but it wasn't sage. It was some bag of herbs now stapled to my son's wall. A few stones, incense, and some kind of fragrant wood was burned. But it hasn't stopped the dreams. The knocking, and now it sounds like whatever wanted has finally made its way inside. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and maybe some suggestions. Welcome to a world where the veil between realms is lifted. Paranormal M is your guide to authentic encounters with the supernatural. Subscribe and turn on notifications to embark on a mesmerizing journey into the unknown. We rented a house that never really felt like home. You always felt creeped out walking in there, like you were being watched. My boyfriend and our roommate both worked nights, so I would be there by myself a lot. One night I was doing my usual stuff and watching some TV before bed, and I had this overwhelming feeling all night that I should avoid the hallway and not look directly down it. It was creepy. The feeling of being watched and terrified lasted for about 2 hours before I decided to suck it up and make my way to my room. I left the hallway lights on and went to bed. Just as I turned to the side table light, I heard a drawer being pulled out and hitting the stopper. I turned on the light and nothing was out of place. This went on about 6 times before I decided I was sleeping with the light on. I curled up underneath the covers and waited for my boyfriend to get home. He comes rolling in around 3 a.m. and he's laughing at me for being such a pussy and gets into bed, turns the light off, and that's when hell broke loose. All the doors down the hallway slammed shut one by one. Then our closet door started rattling. The sound coming from inside could only be described as a total destruction. It sounded like shelves, the pole, and everything in there was being tossed around. The boyfriend joined me underneath the covers and we were both terrified. After it stopped, it took 5 to 10 minutes to convince him to go check around the house. Nothing was out of place, and our roommate had drove 3 hours back home that night to be with his family, so we knew that it couldn't be him. We slept with the light on the rest of the night and moved out soon after. I still can't drive by that house without being creeped out. Ask Reddit 2. I just moved out, living with a good buddy and a guy that moved in before I did. The guy was a bit strange, but I didn't really think anything of it. One night he asks if I want to help do the dishes. I agree, and he says that we need to get high first. Now, I'm a casual smoker, but he pulled out shatter. It was my bad for even trying it, let alone not asking about it first. Just heard about it. I did a tiny bit and got fucked out of my skull, and he starts telling me about it. This is when I start feeling creeped out. We start doing dishes. I'm having trouble even moving, and he's telling me about how he's fried himself. Drank shroom tea before his construction job every day and did acid nearly every day afterwards. I started getting minor visuals because I'm so high, and his face was creeping me the fuck out. He begins asking me questions like, "Do you consider yourself a lucky person? Have you ever had to go to the ER?" And the one that fucked with me the most was, "Do you love the door to your room?" At that point I said fuck it and went for a sit at the park across the street to clear my head. He moved out 2 weeks after. I then get a text from my good buddy saying to check the news story, and sure enough, there was the creepy roommate, convicted of manslaughter. I've never had a bigger chill run down my spine. Ask Reddit 3. This happened about last week. My girlfriend and I were sleeping in her dorm, which is a ground level one, and it's right next to the door to the building. At around 4:30 in the morning, we were both woken up by someone singing loudly outside. Like, really loudly, as loud as they could. It almost sounded like opera music, as they were just trying to be as loud and sustaining as long as they could. We could hear them coming closer and closer. Then they just started screaming. They would get to the last note of their song and just start screaming as loud as they could, just over and over again. Eventually they got to the door right next to her room, with the window open and the bed right beside it. It sounded like they were right next to us. It was so loud and terrifying. Soon they moved on, still singing and screaming. They went over to the other side of the building, and the RA went out of the door to tell them to shut up. We talked to the RA the next day, and she said that when he came around the corner and she saw him, he was butt-ass naked, no shoes, no underwear, nothing. She said he started to come towards her, and she slammed the door and called the university police. Even though their building was right next to ours, they didn't find the guy. We didn't sleep well the rest of that night. Ask Reddit 4. It was a Friday evening, maybe around 6 p.m. I was walking my dog through the woods, and I was wearing headphones. I used to walk her all the time on this route, so no reason to be afraid. It was very rare to see anyone else walking at this time of day, on a Friday. Actually, why I actually chose to walk her then. And I'm coming down through this field and valley when all of a sudden I start to feel on edge. The feeling just kept getting worse, so I turned off my iPod and took my headphones out. I was half jogging by the time I got to the bottom of this field. My dog had taken off way ahead of me at this point. I squeezed through a hole in the fence and onto a dirt path surrounded by trees, took the usual right and kept checking behind me. Well, here's the horrifying part. I keep turning around to check if anyone's behind me, and I see someone, or some shadow-like figure, which is more what it looked like, flick from behind one tree to behind another big oak tree. I think I audibly yelped at this point, but I kept power walking away. I was still fairly close to whoever or whatever this was, and tiny teenage me knew that I was unlikely to be able to outrun this thing. I kept walking a few more paces before turning around again. This goddamn thing is now standing right in the center of the path, further back near that tree. It has its arms straight down but out from its sides. Its hands were fists, and it stood with a wide-legged stance. I say thing because it looked like a shadow of a man. It looked like it had a cloak and a whitish-brimmed hat, but the whole figure was completely opaque. It just looked angry, and it's staring right down the path at me. Needless to say, I sprinted home from there and practically had a panic attack when I made it back. No idea what it was, but I know what I saw. This was in the UK, and an urban legend about that wood, and that crossroad area in particular, is that they used to hang people back on that oak tree way back when. Whatever the hell it was, it's not something I'll ever forget. Shadow people in the windows. Amidst the whispers of the house on center, a haunting secret lay hidden beneath the sprawling yard. After my grandfather purchased the adjacent lots, tearing down the house next door, the expansion brought about unforeseen consequences. Shadow people emerged, their elusive forms haunting the darkness of the night. My grandmother's love for her yard was unparalleled. She transformed it into a vibrant sanctuary, cultivating a variety of plants and nurturing a young willow tree that would one day provide a sheltered haven for my childhood adventures. Little did we know that these improvements would disturb the restless spirits lurking in the shadows. As a child, my bedroom occupied the space that once served as the funeral home's viewing room. Similarly, my mom had slept in that room during her younger years. This connection to the house's past seemed to amplify the supernatural encounters that awaited us. Night after night, I would lie down to sleep, oblivious to the eerie presence that surrounded me. On one fateful night, I heard a voice calling my name, echoing through the halls of the house. Thinking it was my grandmother summoning me to the kitchen, I obediently rose from my bed to venture to the living room. But what awaited me sent a chill down my spine. Through the windows, I saw a multitude of shadow people, their silhouettes hauntingly peering into the house. Frozen in fear, I could do nothing but stare back at their unsettling gaze. Just as panic threatened to consume me, The voice called my name once more, jolting me back to reality. I sprinted into my grandmother's bedroom, screaming in terror. She comforted me, dismissing my experience as a mere nightmare, unaware of the chilling truth that awaited further exploration. In conversation with my mother, I discovered the eerie history of the demolished house that had once stood next door. It appeared that the shadow people had been bound within its walls, visible through the windows even before the house's demolition. Now freed from the physical structure, they roamed the property, their presence felt in the dark corners of the yard. I was a bit curious as I learned that these ethereal figures would wander aimlessly, their eyes fixated on the windows of our home. Over the years, the encounters with the shadow people became almost routine. Each night I would catch glimpses of their dark forms meandering through the yard, their gaze fixated upon the house. Though their presence had become somewhat familiar, a lingering unease remained. No matter how much I tried to ignore them, I could never shake the feeling of being watched. The last time I saw them in that yard, I was 14 years old, and by then, I had grown accustomed to their spectral company, developing a peculiar acceptance of their presence. They no longer elicited the same paralyzing fear that had gripped me as a child, yet, as I bid farewell to the house on Center, I couldn't help but wonder about the nature of these enigmatic shadow people. What secrets did they hold, and what connection did they have to the unearthly forces that plagued our haunted house? The Rotten Man. My first trip to Florida with my grandpa was to visit family that lived there. It was after my grandma died. He picked me up from school and said that we were going on a trip. I was excited to see something different after being in that house. At the time, I was really getting into researching the occult as well, to gain an understanding of my abilities and what we were experiencing on Center Street. The time away wasn't a reprieve for my experiences. The field by my uncle's house, that they hunt in for rabbits, was known for wandering spirits. My cousins and I decided to stay outside one night and wait for them to wander through the foggy field. After hours of waiting, I saw a shadow wander through the field. I instantly was reminded of the shadow people on Center Street. All my cousins but one ran. He and I were both more curious than afraid. So I thought, he spoke up. "I don't see anything out there." We both laughed as we walked back to the house. He was a skeptic when it came to the paranormal, understandably. After the trip, they decided to follow us back to Ohio for a few days. Coming back to that house left me feeling sick to my stomach. The night we decided to play in the yard, I really didn't want to, but still being young, I was convinced. We walked into the very backyard, which resembled a sort of junkyard, with my grandpa's habit of collecting. We were discussing my experience in the yard, and the same cousin, unafraid, was sure that I was making it all up. The rain began to fall, and I instantly got goosebumps, like I have so many times when a spirit was around. This time it was like every fiber of my being wanted to run. "Do you feel that?" The words came out of my mouth as lightning fell close by. It made what I was feeling visible, in my opinion, to both me and my cousin. It was a man wearing a jumpsuit, at least 7 or 8 feet tall. His eye sockets were empty, and his skin was like gray leather stretched across his face. Those few moments were enough to make us run for the house. I didn't go back there again until weeks later to retrieve the shoes that came off my feet. This was the only time I saw this entity so detailed. I'm sure it was the energy from the storm that allowed it to manifest so clearly. I say that because I don't think this entity was ever human. It was one of the many dark spirits that roam the property, appearing as contorted humans to cause fear, their favorite food source. When I was 15 and my best friend Nora shared the same dream. My friend Nora and I were best friends, and we were readers of occult books and witchcraft metaphysics, Ouija boards, and tarot cards. Just typical interest young teen such as ourselves had. We were co-babysitting children one weekend, and we fell asleep on the trampoline outside. I woke up frightened that I had a bad dream, and Nora woke up asking, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, why?" She said I was dreaming of you being chased in the woods. Some man was chasing you. You rammed into a coveted bridge and jumped into the backseat of a car. I was like, what? I too dreamt that I was being chased by an unknown man, and I was wearing a red coat, and I did run into a covered bridge. And when he caught up to me and opened the door, I jerked awake. My mouth was wide open in disbelief. She said, "You were wearing a red coat." I said, "Yeah, I was." I said, "Where were you? I never saw you in the dream." She said I was hiding behind a tree watching all of this happen. This was the single most amazing or crazy thing that ever happened to me. Is there a name for that? Ask Reddit. I was taking care of my grandparents' cat for the week. There were 2 cats, but one got ran over after falling from a tree. I go feeding her, and it was probably 9 in the evening. Pretty dark. Had my dog with me. I unlock the door, feed the cat, cuddle a bit with her, and then go away. I close the door and turn the key. The door does 2 click sounds when being locked, because the house is an old village house from the late 1800s. I hear the 2 clicks. I try to open it, of course, locked. I walk away. My dog comes with me. 6 steps. I didn't come further. I hear the 2 clicks. I turn around. The door opens. I can see how it swings back to the inside of the building. My dog starts growling, getting more and more aggressive. I get back to the door and lock it again. Once again, I go away. Suddenly, my dog flees. Before I even know what happens, the garage light turns on and the hallway lights as the window gets bright, then the driveway lamps as well. I noped out, called my dog, who was home already. I came back the next morning. The light was off. The door was unlocked. 3 light bulbs exploded. There is a backstory, but the comment gets too long if I post it as well. Number 2 that made me believe in ghosts. No, not that number 2. My grandparents visit the Harz Mountains in Germany because of the famous witch culture there. They always buy a witch puppet, about maybe around 40 centimeters large. They look odd, big noses, weird eyes. They gave one of our family as a gift, and it stood in the hallway. 1 week, 2 weeks, nothing happens. 3 weeks, 4 weeks, still nothing. 5 weeks, I can't sleep, and I get to the toilet, and as I approach the staircase, I can hear a cackle from the hallway below, where the puppet stands. I got back to sleep, and next morning the puppet wasn't there, where we had put it. It moved through the hallway, right in front of the kitchen door. We put it back to its socket, and the week counter resets. 2 weeks later, we find it standing in the middle of the hallway. As a tech nerd, I'm suspicious and mount an old phone with a security camera's firmware, so that way I can get this thing to be triggered by its movement. After 4 weeks of no suspicious activity, the camera manages to catch a clip of how the witch puppet starts sliding over the floor. It goes to 2 or 3 locations and then stands still next to the morning. Stands still till next morning. It got banned to the attic soon after that. We've had it for about 5 years, but when we get there, the puppet sometimes is in another location or softly cackles as we turn the attic lights off. My sister saw me in 2 places at the same time. Yesterday I was in my bedroom with my younger sister and I was braiding her hair. It was taking a long time and I really had to use the bathroom, so I told her to give me a minute and I walked out. It's important to keep in mind I didn't tell her where I was going, what I was doing, or how long I would be gone. I just got up and went straight to the bathroom. I was in there for about 10 minutes because I had gotten into an argument with my friend over text, which is important to note because it doesn't normally take me that long to use the bathroom. After I'm finished, I walk out of the bathroom to wash my hands. Our sink's on the outside. But when I walked out, I was in direct view of my sister because the sink is across from my bedroom door. As I was washing my hands, I noticed that she was staring at me with a perplexed look on her face. So I asked her what was wrong. She calmly asks me how I could have walked out of the bathroom. This was a very oddly worded question, so I asked her what she meant. She asked me, "Weren't you just in the living room?" And I told her, "No, I've been in the bathroom the whole time." My sister began to look very sick as she told me, "I just talked to you in the living room. When did you walk to the bathroom?" In a very concerned tone, I insisted to her that I did not enter the living room, and since I had gotten up and walked out of the bedroom, there was no point in which I had entered the living room. I asked her what I, quote-unquote, had said to her when she saw me in the living room. She tells me that she saw me sitting on the couch with my hands neatly folded, and I was staring off into space. She then told me that I had a very disturbed and concerned look on my face, which prompted her to ask me what was wrong, to which she claimed I responded, "Nothing," in an eerie tone. My sister claims that the me that she had been looking at looked just like me. My hair was in a loose bun, I was wearing some gray shirt and old red pajama pants. My face was the same and everything was the same, but it wasn't me. I know it wasn't me because I have no recollection of that happening. I was in the bathroom the entire time, distracted by my heated discussion. I have no idea how this happened, but my sister told me after our exchange, she felt nauseous, like something was off. I'm not sure what to make of this. I'm a pretty rational person, and I've heard stories like this before, and I want to look into the possible carbon monoxide poisoning because it's been known to cause hallucinations. However, only my sister has experienced this. Neither me nor my roommate have ever seen anything out of the ordinary. We've been theorizing about parallel universes, possession, demons, curses, but we really don't know what's exactly going on here. We're just looking for some answers. My grandfather's ex-girlfriend wasn't human. I'm a bit of a skeptic about this story, but the more I thought about it, the more horrifying it is. So for a bit of background, I'm half Filipino and half American. Every summer, my parents and I would visit the Philippines and usually stay at my grandparents' place. A week ago, my grandpa on my mom's side told me this true story from his youth. The way he said it, I noticed that he was still shaken and scared from whatever it is that happened. So here's the story. Back in 1970, when my grandpa was 18, he was dating this girl who was a year younger than him for over a year. Let's call this girl S. S was beautiful, sweet, kind, and easy on the eyes, according to him. When summer started, S invited him to her parents' home in the province. S was currently staying with her aunt while she went to school in my grandpa's town. My grandpa was skeptical at first because the area that S lived in was quite rural and would take 5 hours to arrive by bus. But Grandpa was infatuated with S, so he said, why the hell not? So with permission from his parents, he packed up and he and S were on their way. When they arrived at her hometown, he noticed that a lot of people were staring at them. It was a small town and the population wasn't that big. S showed him around where the shops were, the diners, but Grandpa would notice people staring at them. And one time he heard a couple whisper, Aswang. If you're wondering what the hell an Aswang is, in Filipino folklore, an Aswang is a malevolent, shape-shifting, flesh-eating monster. From what I learned, by the day they look and act like normal people. However, at night they reveal their true selves. Back to the story. So S and Grandpa arrived at S's house. It was a large 3-story wooden home. Grandpa then met S's parents. They greeted him warmly and invited him in, and they exchanged talks over dinner. Grandpa said that they seemed like a couple of nice, normal people. On the first night, he was sleeping in S's room on the 2nd floor. Grandpa woke up hearing a strange noise. The first thing he noticed was that S was gone. He assumed she must have went to the bathroom, so he lied down again. But the weird sound continued. It was coming from the floor above him. He said it sounded like a cat scratching its claws on the wooden floor, accompanied by what sounded like a person mumbling. He tried to ignore it, but it started getting louder, till he could hear multiple clawing noises from above, like multiple cats scratching on the wooden floor as well as mumbling. S still hasn't come back at this point, which made him worry. That's when he heard loud thumping from upstairs, like a person jumping. Grandpa's really weirded out at this point, so he covers his ears with his pillow. The next day, he told S that their cats were really loud and he couldn't sleep. S just looked at him confused and said, "We don't have cats." "Huh, that's weird. I could have sworn I heard cats last night," he said. On the 2nd night, he was woken up again by the same sounds. He says at that point he was thinking, what the fuck? Then he hears loud grunting from above, like an animal in pain. He tries going back to sleep, but he's startled by what sounded like a roar. This continues for another day until on the 4th night, Grandpa decided that he had had enough. He was going to man up, march upstairs, and see what the hell was going on. So it was around 1 a.m, according to him, and he said it was strange because he didn't hear any more of the weird noises. But he decided to go upstairs anyways. He tiptoed across the floor and reached the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Once he reached the 3rd floor, he notices something weird. The lights wouldn't work, even though they were working fine before he went to bed. The only light source was the moonlight, which illuminated the interior well enough. He makes his way to the room that was above him on the 2nd floor where the sounds were coming from, and what he saw made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The floor was littered with claw marks. The windows were wide open, and there were blood stains across the floor. There were no signs of S or her parents anywhere. Freaked out, he went back down to the 2nd floor, but then his nose caught a whiff of something that he hadn't noticed before, and it was coming from the kitchen. Curious, he went to take a look, but it was so dark that he could barely make anything out. As he walked, his hand touched something that felt like a large metal pot. He opened the lid. A great number of flies escaped, and his nose was assaulted with an extremely awful putrid smell. that he said nearly made him vomit. It was so dark that he couldn't see what was on the inside of the pot, so he immediately slammed down the lid and ran back to the room and forced himself to sleep. The next day during lunch, S's mother served dinuguan, animal blood that's been cooked and mixed with herbs and spices. But my grandpa excused himself and lied that he was sick. He didn't want to know what was in that food. S's mother tried to coax him to eat, saying that he'll regain his energy. This is when Grandpa takes the opportunity to find out the truth. You see, in the folklore, to identify whether or not a person is an Aswang is quite simple. Observe their eyes. If your reflection is upside down, then they're one of those. And Grandpa stared at S's mom's eyes and reeled back in horror. His reflection was upside down. This is when the mom's expression completely changes. She went from concerned to angry and was glaring hard at Grandpa, an expression that basically says, according to him, "You shouldn't have done that." That night, Grandpa doesn't waste time and immediately packs up and heads home, lying that there had been a family emergency in order for him to go. He finally returns home and spent a lot of time inside his house in complete fear. The following month, he breaks up with S. She looked at him in sadness and says that she understands that it was a wise choice for him, but it was quite a shame. Grandpa ended the story. He says that it was a huge shame indeed because he really wanted to marry her. Castle Fanneman, Wales. So I visited Fanneman Castle with my family. We had a really great time and I would recommend, but there were some weird things going on there that I'd like to share as a medium in training. But if you're sensitive to this sort of thing like me, be very careful and don't go alone throughout the entire night, because I was feeling dizzy and something that wasn't really happening outside of the building, only inside. The first room we entered was the library, and we were given free rein to do what we wanted up there. Upon entering, myself and my mother, we both felt a sharp pain in the chest, a rapid heartbeat, and difficulty breathing. No one else experienced this. We, myself, my mother, and my aunt, ended up using a pendulum to communicate. We ended up communicating with both spirits in the castle and from outside the castle. However, I'm just going to talk about the castle's spirits, the first one that I met. I had met her at home, and she was just a little girl. She seemed no older than 6, but this was incorrect. Wearing a light dress, who had long hair. This was later confirmed by one of the workers, that she was a little girl, and she was wearing light clothes when spotted. I also talked to somebody who passed of an unknown cause, but they shared an allergic reaction to theirs, that they had a visitor in the castle when eating. Towards our ending time of our visit, in the room I saw a lady of the manor, Lady Anne, walk across the other end of the room and stand in the corner staring at us. All of these experiences were explained part from the spirit who shared the allergy. I'll not be sharing what was said for any of these, by the way. The second rooms we visited was the men's sort of room, I guess, in the attic. I had been so scared in that room. Nothing wanted to communicate with us, but something was following us the whole time. We had absolutely no activity in the men's office room thingy until we went into the attic. It was a very small space, but I felt like we were being watched from all angles. I was so uncomfortable up there that I started crying. Things were thrown in the office area, doors were slammed, and something was in the back room of the attic. I saw even more shadow figures. The first one I saw was in a crawl space up in the attic that seemed to be a small child. Although other people saw a cat or some sort of animal, The second one I saw was in the back room, and it was a man peering round the corner staring at us. Whatever was in there wouldn't communicate with us at all, but was welcoming with the men apart from the guide. I would have photos of orbs from family members, but they were deleted in the attic by something unknown. I do, however, have a video of the room, which I'm very happy to share, but sadly cannot due to not having the people in the video's permission. The last rooms we visited was the cellar and the kitchen. Now, our guide asked us not to share certain things about the cellar and its history, but there is a male spirit who really likes blonde women. I didn't go into the basement due to that feeling once again being unwelcomed, but I saw my final shadow figure of the night, which was a man walking across the entrance of the cellar. The kitchen is where we ended off, by taking 2 children, a little boy and a little girl. The kitchen was the most calm room in the house, and it was also the one that I found to be the happiest. However, we didn't do a seance down there due to the guide having done 2 more previously. Ask Reddit. As a child, I was raised on a small farm. There were 2 barns. The smaller house had our chickens, and the larger housed our horses, goats, and whatever we had at the time, and a tool shed. Both these barns had old lighting fixtures, but they never really worked from the time that we moved into the place. But this is going to be quite relevant. One late night, I awoke from my slumber to the sound of loud, joyous music. As a small, adventurous child that I was, I climbed down my bed, slipped on my shoes, and went out the front door. I trudged my way down the acre leading to the large barn, which was howling with this melody. After a short while, I reached the latched gate. Hand after hand, I scaled the bar and hopped down to the ground. I stepped into the mouth of the barn and saw every last light blazing with light, no animal in sight. On the lip of the tool shed sat an old boombox. At that time, I heard my mother's voice carry across the wind as she bellowed my name, Cezaj. My head whipped around to look at the farmhouse, but when I turned to look back at the barn, the lights were lifeless. The animals still nowhere to be seen. The boombox? Well, it glared at me from the lip of that tool shed. The following morning, I returned to the barn, slipped on my muddy shoes of the night past, and there sat the old rickety boombox, plugged into an outlet which had no power running to it for years. Ask Reddit. Ed Ray, one night a few years back, my friend, was driving. We were talking to his girlfriend and taking her home. When he decided to take the quote-unquote long way home. As we're driving along this fairly deserted back road, I began to zone out and stare at this blinking red light off in the distance, and casually thinking to myself, I wonder when they build a cell phone tower all the way out here, when suddenly it blinks and is dramatically closer than it was just a moment earlier. At this point, my friend points it out and stops in the road. It blinks once more and is directly in front and over top of us. The red light is so bright it floods the car in a deep scarlet hue. I lean forward so that way I can see directly into the light. In that brief moment, I feel a flood of negative emotions, and the closest description I can offer is to that of being naked underneath a giant microscope and having every pore examined thoroughly. I then look away from the light to my friend and ask him to drive. He barely responds, apparently in a similar state. Then he snaps out of it and starts driving. As we get a little way down the road, I notice the red light isn't fading and the interior of the car is still clearly lit by it. I look out of the window and to my horror, the light is following us and does so for approximately 1 or 2 miles. The light unexpectedly veers off to the left and comes down to ground level in a patch of trees. And this was adjacent to the road. My friend stops the car again and continues to stare at it and then abruptly declares that he's going to get out and look. And it's like he's in some sort of trance. He opens the door and I grab his arm and tell him that if he does, I'm getting in the driver's seat and I'm leaving him. So that way we leave in that instant. He looks at me and seems to come to, punches the gas so hard that the tires lose traction and spin out. The light remained stationary as we rode away, but I've never looked at the night sky the same ever since. The incident occurred after dropping off my buddy's girlfriend, so she wasn't present. Ask Reddit. When I was, 9 or 10-ish, me and my family were in my kitchen playing Monopoly, having a blast. Now, for a quick reference, the house we lived in at the time was pretty small. The kitchen was the biggest room by far, so that's where we spent a lot of time in. I'd say it was around 9 or 10 p.m., and while we're playing, my dog poked his head straight up and looked down the hallway. And at the end of the left in my room, across from my room, was my parents' room. Both lights were on, so that's on us. But my dog starts barking and getting really aggravated. We look down the hall and see a human silhouette walk from my parents' room into my room. We were in shock and didn't know what to do. My dad got up, grabbed a knife, and slowly walked down the hall. My dog followed behind him. My mom got her phone and started to dial 911, but my dad stopped her because how could somebody walk from their room into mine without us seeing the person? He looked in my room first. No one was there. He went into his room, also empty, so we walked back to the kitchen and sat down where we just sat there in silence, not knowing what to do. My dog went back into a relaxed state while we were all on edge. Still, I was practically shitting myself. I didn't want to sleep in my room after that, so I pleaded with my parents to please let me stay in their room. A couple of hours went by and we decided to go to bed. I couldn't sleep, so I laid with my parents just staring at the ceiling while shaking in fear, thinking some kind of boogeyman's gonna get me. I wish I fell asleep because what I saw that night was just horrifying. I don't know if it was my mind making something up, or if there was actually something standing there in the dark. I was frozen in fear as I stared at that shadow being. My eyes being adjusted to the dark, I could see a bit more clearly. I could see a bit of their facial features, but not enough to make a face. I couldn't see eyes at all, but I swear that it stared, and that thing was looking, because I saw a smile slowly go across their face, and I dove under the blanket shaking. I woke my dad up, and he turned the lights on, and there was nothing near the doorway. He waited for me to fall asleep, and when I woke up, I was in my room, and shortly after this incident, we moved out. My dad put me in my room, just to clarify. Ask Reddit. In my early 20s, I had a friend that lived in the basement of his mom's house. This was a fully finished and furnished basement as well, and it wasn't like a creepy murder basement. Anyway, his mom had a great deal on the house because the previous owner, a man named Harry, had cancer and committed suicide in the garage, which was directly over top of the basement, including the bathroom, a family room, and a spare bedroom. There were stairs from the garage that came directly into that family room area that we used, so maybe this was just so to not bother his mom. His room was directly adjacent to the family room area and had a doorway but no door separating the two rooms. Okay, now that the description's out of the way, We had several 5 or more experiences in this basement that I classify as paranormal to the extreme. The first time I experienced it, we were in the basement playing PS3, and the light in the family room turned on. It was just the 2 of us there, then it turned itself off again. My buddy looked in the room and was like, "That's just Harry, don't worry about it." The light continued to come on and off randomly throughout the night. Another night, there was a whole group of us watching football with the lights off. We all looked at the same corner of the room at the exact same time. It was the corner of the room that would be closest to the garage. And coming from the ceiling were these long black tendrils of smoke. One of the guys jumped up and turned the light on when we watched those tendrils suck back into the corner and disappear. There was another time we were sitting around and heard the door from the garage to the stairwell slam, stomping down the stairs, and then the light in the family room came on and went off several times. Then stomping back up the stairs and another slam. The creepiest thing about this is the only light switch by the stairs was in full view of my buddy's room. There was definitely no one flipping it. Also, we went to check to see if it was a person. There is no way somebody could have gotten out of the garage faster than we scaled up those stairs. And my big encounter, which was also the last time I stayed the night. I was sleeping in the spare room and woke up to the worst feeling in my stomach that someone was staring at me. Then I got the feeling that whatever was watching me wanted me out. I started to sit up, and when I did, something slapped the shit out of me. I freaked and turned the lamp on next to the bed, and there was no one there. But the family room outside the spare room seemed to literally suck the light from the lamp up. I grabbed my phone, turned on its flashlight, turned on the spare bedroom light, made my way to the light switch in the family room and turned it on too. Then I went and sat on a couch in my friend's room and watched that family room the rest of the night. The light went off and on at least 4 times. Middle of the desert, skinwalker experience. My sister and I were off-roading around 1 a.m. this one night in my old Jeep. We ended up coming across this large water retention basin and decided to explore it a bit. While we were cruising around, we started talking about skinwalkers and whether or not they're real. The conversation had spooked both of us a bit, as it was pitch black out, not a light in sight other than my light bars. We ended up changing the topic and kept on cruising. Not even 20 minutes later, we both got this very uneasy feeling of being watched. And shortly after, my dash lights start flickering, something that they never do and haven't done since. Already spooked from the previous conversation, this creeped us out even more, and we decided it was time to call it a night. As we were about to leave the retention basin, my Jeep engine died, trying to climb a slight hill out, which was also not normal for my Jeep. It struggled to start, but eventually started, and it was barely running. At this point, we were terrified, and I gunned it out of there while my Jeep continued to run like it had a bullet shot through the engine. We definitely said our prayers, as neither one of us was going to get out and take a look at that point. Once we got back to the main road, we made it to the gas station close by and stopped to investigate. Upon investigation, I found a vacuum line had been disconnected. A vacuum line that should not have come off, as it's securely connected. I reattached the line and my Jeep ran perfectly and hasn't come off for years. I have without a doubt real paranormal experiences in the past, and this definitely felt the same. Was it just an unfortunate series of events, or was there something out there with us that night? I'll never know, and I definitely don't want to go back out and find out for myself. Ask Reddit. This happened a few years ago, but I remember it very clearly. I was up late one night reading some stuff on my phone. Deciding it would be a good time to stop and get some sleep, I closed the screen and turned to the other side of the bed since I feel like the coolness of the sheets. I see a man standing in the front of my door, only it was a silhouette of a man, just a black figure standing there like it was waiting for something. Now I know it wasn't a person because they would need to open the door, and even if I'm dead asleep, as soon as my door opens, I'm wide awake. Luckily, it had its back turned to me, I suppose. I continued to stare at it for a good couple minutes, making sure that it wasn't my eyes playing a trick on me, and they weren't. To further prove to myself I wasn't dreaming or anything of the sort, I called out my sister's name. I knew it couldn't be her standing there, but it couldn't hurt to see. After I did, that shadowy figure simply faded away, like it got chased off. I lay on my back thinking about what happened, maybe not being real, if I was in a dreamlike state where I'm still conscious of my surroundings. But a minute later, my mom opens the door and calls me out to see if I'm still awake. But I pretended to be asleep, and that meant that she heard me call out my sister's name. That meant everything that happened was real. I didn't sleep until it was clearly morning that day. Ask Reddit. I was in my basement, sitting on the corner of my couch, and out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw my young sister walk by into the kitchen. She was wearing a long white gown or a t-shirt. I was so convinced that I saw her that I got up and started calling her name, looking for her, but no luck. My friends were down there, sort of just gave me crazy looks. I wrote it all off as my eyes playing tricks on me, and since I didn't have any other experience after that for a while, I dismissed it. 4 years later or so, I was with several groups of friends I was with a separate group of friends from the previous time, all of whom I'd never told the story to. My friend was sitting in the exact same spot that I had been at when he suddenly asks me, "Hey, is your sister home?" She wasn't home, so of course I asked him why he asked, and he responded, "Well, I thought I just saw her walk into the kitchen back there." The hairs on my arm stood up, so I asked him what it looked like. She was wearing a long white t-shirt. I've never gotten the chills like that before. I had a couple other experiences in my basement, such as burning feelings on my arm, which turned into a raised scratch. There was also a time I was on the couch with my girlfriend, who never believed me when out of nowhere a towel that was hanging up just swung up, swayed back and forth. All in all, I've had enough weird moments in that basement that I assume that there has to be something a little bit unexplainable down there. The moment that cemented my belief was when I told the story to a neighbor. They were fascinated and went on to explain that a family who used to live on my street a few houses down had 2 sons who claimed that a girl in a white dress sat in the corner of their room and talked to them at night. The parents were so freaked out that they decided to move away. Seriously sounds like some made-up bullshit, but I know what I've experienced, and no one's going to change my mind. My grandpa's haunted house. So I'd like to get rid of a few things about the old house of my grandfather. Prehistory. The house was built around 200 years ago. As far as I know, there were often soldiers in World War II, and a few were given shelter here. One disappeared after a few days without a trace. It was also an old restaurant. About 40 years later, my grandpa found an old cross in the garage and decided to restore it. After a few weeks, strange things happened. Mary and Jesus pictures started to sway without wind or any human influence. The whole house was shaking without wind that day. Or similar, and in Bavaria, there's also no earthquakes. so loud noises in the basement. My grandfather then mounted a cross on a nearby tree. Since then, it's always foggy around the tree. My grandmother had cancer and died of it. She had a phone in her room, which was only connected to the phone in the living room. She needed help. She couldn't call anyone else with it. A few days later, when she died, the phone rang in the living room with the number of my grandmother's phone. When you answered the phone, you heard only breathing, then it hung up. First, there was no longer a connection to the phone downstairs, and second, the contract of the phone was terminated. My grandpa then died on December 2015. Now, 2023, I myself have already experienced many things. Story number 1. Me and my buddy went to 23 o'clock at night to the house to go get something. When we got to the kitchen, to get into the kitchen, you have to go from the hallway, left through a door, and then close the door behind us. Suddenly someone knocked. We panicked but still decided to open the door, but there was no one there. Suddenly there was a loud bang. We ran quickly back down to the kitchen, and after a few minutes we heard footsteps in front of the door. We then looked outside, but again there was no one to see. We then heard someone from the hallway run towards us. There was no one to see either. We ran directly home. Story number 2. I and a colleague have met in the evening and we were chilling in the living room. The living room is directly connected to the kitchen. After a few minutes, we heard right above us a loud bang and loud footsteps. My friend panicked and waited outside, and I went upstairs alone and had a look out there, but there was no one to find. Story 3. Once a friend and me decided to set up 2 cameras in the hallway. At the end of the hallway, there goes a door straight into the stall, and on the right, a stair to the bedrooms in the attic. My buddy pointed his camera toward the stairs, into the beginning of the hallway, and I pointed the camera from the beginning of the hallway towards the end. When we went to get both phones were on the floor with the camera pointing toward the ceiling. Both video cut off at the exact same time, and both fell to the floor at the exact same time. Story number 4. Me and a friend went to the house at night. We wanted to film on the 2nd floor. At the top of the stairs, there were 3 doors, one at the front, one at the left, and one on the right. We went to the right door, and the door there was a chair to block. So we got to the hallway where at the end, the right and left are open doors. Then we went in, having discovered something suspicious. When we looked at the recordings afterwards, you saw on the left door a hand and a face. It was clear to see, but we checked the rooms and there was no one in there. Sadly, I don't have the recordings anymore. Story number 5. When my cousin and I were kids, we slept at my grandpa's house. We then went to the toilet at night when we suddenly heard very loud scratching on the front door. We then thought that we were pranking each other, but then it happened again at the time where my mother had lived about 2 months after separating with my father in the house. Because it's her parents' house, she said after a few weeks she felt very uncomfortable, not welcome, and always watched. She had many sleep paralysis and also heard footsteps, loud noises, and then quickly moved out again. Things happened again and again. Lights go on, go off, doors open on their own, things lie on the floor, footsteps, voices, things are moving. Most of the time, the people are feeling very uncomfortable. At each visit, strange things happen. We'll spend the day at the house alone and we'll take my camera and try to film something. I'll post it here if some of you are interested. Hope y'all can help me or us figure out what's going on, and please let me know if someone's experienced something similar. Ask Reddit. I had always believed in them, but it was not until moving to Hawaii did I really cement it in my mind. Before that, it was always a feeling. For example, to this day I cannot stand being in Andersonville, Georgia. And I have a good amount of family buried there, so we visit quite often. But it's so unbearably uncomfortable. No matter where you walk, you're walking over bodies of people who suffered horribly in a POW camp. When we moved to Hawaii, though, that was another level. Ford Island was terrifying. Black figures moving around, dogs going crazy for no reason, people going crazy for no reason. The screams, I only heard a scream once, but I'll never forget it. There are no foxes or coyotes to explain the noises. I wasn't the only one to hear or see these things. I was with a group of 4 people when we saw the silhouette in the dark, and when we heard the scream from an abandoned and boarded up building. Finally, one night I was in bed sleeping, but I had woken up randomly. I felt this heavy pressure in my chest. I got up in a panic, and just for a split second I saw the face of my neighbor. I ran to my parents' room and woke him up, telling him something was in the room. No one was there, of course. The next morning, I didn't see my neighbor outside, and he always said hello to me. He was kind of a nice old man who lived with his daughter's family. It wasn't until I got home from school that I learned that he had passed away in his sleep overnight. I don't know what any of it means, but I refused to sleep in my room for a long time after that. Another experience similar, being woken up by someone choking me, but they weren't there after, and that was basically causing me such a fright that I didn't sleep in an actual bed until I went to college. That was about 6 years of refusing to sleep in a bed and sleeping on the floor just because it had been so ingrained in my head that I'd continue seeing ghosts or spirits, or hear lizards. Obviously, I sleep in a bed now, but it still startles me if someone stays the night and I wake up and see another person. Maybe those incidents were my young brain coping with things, or maybe I'm just nuts. But it's going to take a lot to convince me that those spirits on Ford Island and the mountains are just my overactive imagination. I think I just got visited by my grandparent, that I got named after. Hey, so a few days ago, one of my grandparents died, and I know this probably sounds completely strange, but I think I just got visited by him. I was watching some YouTube videos with a few friends together, and I had a really strange feeling that someone would walk with his fingers along my neck. I mean, I got named after my grandpa, but I can't remember the last time I visited him. He lives in a different country. A few days ago, when my mother planned to visit him, since he was very sick and we knew that he didn't have much time left, in the next few days, she got a call from her brother that he died in the morning. I was really sad, but it hit my mother way harder than me. She wanted to visit her family and drive alone to them. The next few days, nothing much happened. My mother sent a few pictures from the funeral, and a few days later, which is today, I watched YouTube videos with 2 friends of mine on Discord. I was kind of shocked when exactly that happened, but what I wrote at the beginning of this, I later felt like his hands on my shoulder, and I still do, right now at the moment while I'm writing this. I had before sometimes had that feeling of a hand resting on my shoulder, but I really sort of felt like it was walking along with its fingers up my neck. I never had this feeling before. So, am I haunted? So I know this sounds strange. I think I can feel the presence of ghosts. Let me explain before you think I'm just completely lost my mind. Lately, a few family members died, 3 in the last 2 years. I felt the presence of them, and there happens to be strange stuff around my apartment. I will simply mention the stuff that happened so far. I feel the touch of them. After some time, when they died, I felt and still sometimes feel their touch around my back, like someone's walking with a hand movement up and down, a hand resting on my back or playing with my hair. And when my dog died, I felt his presence also. I still do sometimes, like he's laying next to my legs. He always used to sleep in the same bed with me. There's a specific light that starts to flicker when I'm near it. Can't explain why, but the light in my hallway always starts to flicker when I'm nearby. I saw a doppelganger inside my mirror when I was in the bathroom one day. I saw myself standing in the mirror, almost had a heart attack when I noticed that this version of me had different clothes on. I was running away from it and simply thought, how on earth should this be possible? So I was walking to the mirror again, and he was still there. Since that happened, I'm really afraid of mirrors. When I was just 20 minutes ago in the kitchen, there was the fall of a bag from an open cabinet, and the door just moved on its own. Introducing Bengt, my weirdest friend. Picture a decently tall humanoid shake with no features, hair or clothes, and with skin as white as paper, with areas covered in dust and dirt all over. For the sake of convenience and to add a little bit of lightheartedness to it all, let's call this thing Bengt. The first time I ever saw Bengt, I was around 10 years old and had just gotten home from jiu-jitsu. We have 2 showers in our house, one on both sides, the first and the second floor respectively. I was using the one on the second floor. That shower doesn't have a... Sorry, the writing is confusing here. The shower doesn't have a curatorn, but instead has a super cloudy skid-intricate glass door. So we always lock the door to the room itself when using it. I was just about to get done in the shower, and as I was turning it off, from the corner of my eye to all the way across the room, and finally disappearing by walking to the opposite corner of my field of view, I say it. Bengt was just walking past, not making a sound and not even acknowledging me. Second time I was 15, as I am now, and I was sitting in the kitchen eating breakfast with my dad and my little brother. My mom had left for work an hour prior, and my little sister was still asleep. And I say it again, with outstretched arms darting behind me from underneath the table at insane speeds. Once again, not making a sound, my dad and my brother didn't seem to notice it at all, so I didn't mention it. The third time, I was walking between the school bus and the school in the morning. And for a split second, as I was walking by one of the buildings, I saw Bengt just standing there, facing me, and not moving a centimeter, maybe except for a little bit of swaying. Another thing, throughout each of the 3 encounters, I was never immediately afraid, just weirded out and a bit curious in that moment. It's only after, when reflecting on it, that it sort of starts to scare me a bit. What experience or occurrence made you believe that the deceased was there with you at a funeral? I wanted to share an incredible experience I had during a recent funeral service that truly left me in awe. It was a deeply emotional day as we said our final goodbyes to my father. However, amidst the grief and sadness, there was a profound occurrence that made me strongly believe that the deceased was there with us, watching over and offering comfort. As we gathered around the grave, ready to pay our respects, a magnificent monarch butterfly appeared and gracefully fluttered around the area. It was an enchanting sight, as if time stood still for that moment. What struck me the most was that the butterfly stayed by the grave for the entire duration of the funeral service. The delicate creature seemed to be at ease, even amidst the tears and sorrow. It danced in the air, floating gently from flower to flower as if sharing a serene connection with the departed soul. Its vibrant colors and elegant movements brought a sense of tranquility to the atmosphere, enveloping us in a warm embrace. The sight of this butterfly lingered in my mind long after the service ended. It felt like a sign, a symbol of hope, transformation, and eternal life. In many cultures and belief systems, butterflies are associated with the presence of departed loved ones, as they're often seen as messengers from the spiritual realm. I couldn't help but wonder if the monarch butterfly was sent by our departed loved ones to reassure us that they were at peace and still with us in spirit. It felt like a poignant reminder that even in the depths of grief, there is beauty and solace to be found. The presence of the butterfly brought comfort to everyone present, and it sparked conversations among attendees who were equally moved by this extraordinary encounter. It was a powerful reminder that our connection with those we love transcends the physical realm, and that they continue to touch our lives, even after they've departed. Are you ready to unravel the enigmas that lie hidden in the shadows? Paranormal M is where the puzzle pieces of the supernatural come together. Subscribe now and hit that notification bell to stay connected with our captivating investigations. Did something follow us home? So me, my brother, and my friend decided to go to the cemetery and record, just for fun. We all believe in the paranormal and hope to catch something on camera. We didn't see anything, and all the camera picked up was a strange breath sound. We heard children's voices and rustling in the bushes, when there was no one there, though. Later that night, I woke up at around 2:45 a.m. and went into my hallway, and I thought I saw my cat on the ground in front of me. When I walked over, it vanished. It was really dark, so all I could see was a dark shape. Then I noticed a shadow on the ground appear. It looked like shoulders and a head, as if someone was standing behind me. But when I turned around, nobody was there. I went back to my room and noticed the apparition I had mistaken for my cat floating down the hallway past my bedroom door. I went back to bed scared. I've seen only a few paranormal things in my lifetime, but nothing has happened at my current house until this. Did some kind of spirit follow us home from the cemetery? Are there any ways that I can find out if there are still entities of some sort in my home? Is this kid seeing a ghost? I, a 25-year-old male, work in a small town and work at a daycare center. Today, when a kid, who was 4 years old, was dropped off, their mother turned to me and asked me, "Who's Christopher?" And taken aback, I turned to her and asked her what she was talking about. It was only the normal kids that come here, and with it being a small town, I knew that she knew every kid there. She looked at me and said that her child said that there was someone new named Christopher, and I told her no. We both laughed it off and she left. Later on, I asked the kid who Christopher was, and they got really bashful and shyly said that he was a boy here, and that he was really shy and wasn't shy around them, and that he was only here when I wasn't. Now, I understand that kids can be kids, they could just be seeing imaginary friends, but the part that I get concerned by is that he's only here when I'm not. I'm not saying it's a ghost, but I'm also well aware of the fact younger children can see things adults can't. And I'm not trying to be egotistical or anything like that, but I am a practicing pagan and I've spent a lot of energy protecting myself from bad spiritual stuff. Essentially, so I kind of find it concerning that something that only wants to communicate with a child doesn't want to be here when I'm not. So I ask, do you think this is a ghost? Or just a child being a child and having imaginary friends? worst night of my life. I'm 29 now, but this happened to me when I was 13. I was in an old family house that we still have, and I think I was just unlucky to be there and unlucky to wake up when I did. To start with, I need to let you know about this place. This is a house that was built literally room by room in the center of a small village far from anything else. I can tell you that it started being built in the mid-1800s. And back then, when you wanted to make your home bigger, you'd either build it or you just buy a room from the house next to yours and connect it to your house. Easy. This is what my grandfather did over and over and over again, until we were left with this massive house we know today. I've done the math with my grandma, and we think you'd be able to fit about 30 people in there to spend the night. The whole, I want my house to be bigger so I'll buy a room next door idea seems really funny now, but the problem with it is that you can't know what might have happened in the room that you're buying. And no one really thought about that at the time. So this is a big family home, and for as long as I can remember, every Christmas that we go there and have a great time with the entire family. The whole postcard family picture around the fire and everything. Eventually, since the house is so old, it started decaying. So my grandma decided that work needed to be done there. We started going more and more during the works. This is when my story comes to life. Back then, my other grandfather on the other side of my family wasn't doing too well after my grandmother's death. So we went around with him everywhere on holidays to get his mind off of things. This particular time, my parents decided to take him with us to spend some days at this house, while my living grandmother and my dad supervised the works being done there. Everything seemed completely normal when we got there. Because of the works being done, though, my usual bedroom wasn't available, so I ended up having to sleep with my grandfather in the smallest and creepiest bedroom the house had. I say had because since then it's been turned into a bathroom. But back then it was still a tiny bedroom with no windows. 2 old wooden doors instead of one that would come together, but not actually close. 2 old single beds with old creaking chicken wire for mattress base, and the mattresses that were probably the first invention after the old hay ones. Needless to say, I hated the bedroom. It used to be my grandmother's and great-aunt's bedroom, and then my father's cousins after that. And it still had all their creepy toys and plushies, and an old blue and white painting of my great-grandfather that I swear wouldn't take its eyes off me every time I came by it. That shit would freak me out. And that particular first night, I wasn't very happy with having to sleep in the bedroom. Not only was it super creepy, but it also opened into an old, cold hallway that would echo no matter what furniture was in it because every wall, ceiling, or floor was stone. To make things worse, my great-grandfather was a doctor, the only one around the area. So there was this glass cabinet in one of the corners full of old vials of medical liquids and syringes that he probably used in his days of work. In any case, I was creeped out by the fact that I had to sleep there, but I didn't want it to show. So I just accepted my fate and told myself it was fine. Nighttime came. Me and my grandfather went to bed, and after a bit, I could hear my grandmother and parents going out of the living room, turning off the lights, and going to their usual rooms, on the opposite side of the house. It took me longer than usual to fall asleep because of how much I sort of detested having to be there. But not hours long, and at some point I could hear my grandfather's heavier breath on the bed next to mine, which meant that he was already out. Eventually, I put on a YouTube video on my phone, put it next to my head just under the pillow, covered myself up to the top of my head, leaving only my nose out so I didn't have to breathe the stale air inside the covers. And that's the last thing I remember before waking up to possibly the worst night of my life. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I suddenly woke up to a nightmare so bad that it felt like it was coming through to my reality. I'm sure a lot of you have experienced the same, but this nightmare, I could see only a gray background, sort of blurred, like I needed glasses but didn't have them on. This blurry gray background was just there, sitting still, when I started hearing this little girl's laugh in the distance. Eventually, I started seeing the faded silhouette of a little girl in a dress. A dark shape showed up blurred in the middle of the gray blurred background. I panicked, took a massive deep breath, and when I woke up from it, I could almost swear that I heard this laugh in the house. What I actually heard, though, wasn't a little girl laughing. My head was still covered. I was still in the same position, so I thought not long time had gone by. I took some breaths to try to calm myself down and made my phone screen turn on. It was around 2:20 a.m. A heavy boot step echoed in the hallway right in front of the bedroom doors. I stopped breathing, stopped thinking, stopped everything while my brain tried to process what the hell I just heard. Another footstep. I instantly covered my phone's screen to smother the light. I froze underneath the covers, and at that point I considered myself lucky with how thick they were. Another step and another followed, this time going a bit farther and farther until I could tell that they were at the end of the corridor. My body was frozen solid. I was so horrified that any breath I took would attract whoever this was, that any attempts to make my breathing more silent just resulted in hiccups of air coming in and out of me. At the time, I was trying to rationalize this and convince myself that this was only my dad walking around at night. But to do what? Another footstep and another one coming closer again. Please be him. Please be him. The footsteps were too heavy to be my grandmother or my mother, so it had to be him. Deep down, though, I knew my dad's footsteps didn't sound like that. Another footstep and another, and they kept coming right up to the doors and then back away. All the way until the end of the corridor. Each step echoing and telling me exactly where whoever this was standing. Every time they went away, my body would relax and hope and pray for them to just go out the door. Every time they turned around and started coming closer again, my body would tense up until frozen solid, to the point that I would sweat and ache at the same time, and would yet be kept completely unable to relax or even move. The steps went away once more. In my thoughts, I was almost praying for them to go, and closer again. By now, my muscles felt like I had just finished a full-body workout that lasted for hours, and I was still completely unable to relax and let go of this complete and unrelenting panic. This time, though, the fear multiplied by 10. I could feel my eyes widening because of the suddenly and slowly I was hearing the bedroom door creak and whine open. I was almost crying, muffling my breath, when the footsteps slowly and heavily made their way between my bed and my grandfather's. How was he not awake from this? My panic was making me rage at my grandfather for not waking up and scaring this person away. I could feel their presence just standing there between us, deciding what to do next. And then slowly the footsteps turned around, walked outside the bedroom, into the hallway, and all the way to the end of it again. I was completely exhausted by now. It had to have been like 1 hour since I woke up because of this. I clicked my phone screen on. 2:25. I remember thinking that I had to be seeing it wrong, or maybe the time was wrong on my phone. Wishful thinking. The footsteps came back, going slowly up and down the hallway. By now, every single muscle of my body was hurting, exhausted, and at the end of what they could take. And I couldn't believe it was still 4 hours at least until the first sign of light outside could scare this person or thing away. Footsteps up and down the corridor, slowly torturing my heart, making it pound harder when it came closer, and a little less hard when it went away, like it was pulling my heartstrings and I had no say in it. Eventually, from the extreme exhaustion the panic was causing me, I've drifted off to sleep. I have no idea if this was a self-preservation response from my body to allow me to rest a little bit, but when I woke up again, nothing had changed. Slow, heavy footsteps were going up and down the corridor, coming closer. Too close. It was too close to the bedroom doors, and then moving away again. One of the times they moved away, I clicked at my phone in panic, hoping it was almost daytime. 2:40. It was almost like I had fainted for a bit, and was just back awake as soon as my body could bear it again. The footsteps turned around at the end of the corridor, then back to me, closer, closer, and closer. Bedroom doors creak, and the footsteps are back inside the bedroom, and this heavy presence is back, standing between me and my grandfather. I couldn't even sob. I could take in air, which I would otherwise have done uncontrollably. I'm not kidding when I tell you that this went on for hours. To me, it felt more like it had been days without a ray of sunshine coming through the bedroom doors that kept being left ajar. I felt like my body just couldn't take it anymore, and yet this panic, it wouldn't loosen the grip on my muscles, until suddenly the footsteps just ceased. I peeked my ears up. Couldn't be sure if this was true. Was it done? My muscles loosened their grip on me, and the full exhaustion from everything that happened hit me even harder than before. I clicked my phone awake. 5:30, thank fucking God. I held myself still for a little bit longer, and when I was sure that there was no presence in the bedroom and no footsteps in the hallway, I turned in bed. The chicken wire under the mattress whined at this while I lowered the covers just enough to be able to peek at the doors. They were still sitting still, both slightly ajar, and the distinct light of the start of the day was coming through. I felt complete relaxation and bliss. I could breathe again. One more footstep sounded through the house. It made me jump and instantly cover my head again. Then another footstep and another one. These were lighter and faster, like a happy energy roaming around the house. It was my grandma. I got up immediately, refusing to lay there another second, and just joined her in her morning routines, even going out with her to buy bread at 6:30 as I welcomed the thought of leaving the house like never before. I never told her what happened, though she did ask why I was up so early. Since she spent more time in the house than me and her bedroom was so far away from that hell of a hallway, I decided not to make her worried. I did check all the doors and windows before we left, to check if anyone would have been able to come into the house unnoticed, but I found nothing. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside, as they should be. In the days after that, I absolutely refused to sleep in the same bedroom and instead slept in my grandma's bedroom, which generally wouldn't have been much better, because right in front of the bed where I had to sleep there was this huge Narnia-like wardrobe with a massive mirror. And it always kind of scared the shit out of me, but at that time, this was infinitely better than going through what I had just gone through again. This bedroom isn't there anymore, and during the works it was eventually turned into a bathroom, which I'm actually glad was done. There's 10 other bathrooms in the house, so I never have to stick around that one for too long ever again. Did I witness something paranormal? For context, I live alone. Sometimes when I'm by myself, my electronics turn on. I hear things inside my apartment when I know I'm the only one there. And there's times when I get this really strong smell of cologne or just food being made that I know isn't coming from me. I always thought it was a little bit weird, especially with the smells, because I get that it feels as if they're so close to my nose, but it never really did scare me. Or I guess it just didn't give really much thought about it. I still don't know if I should. I bring it up because last night I had a really weird experience, and after doing some research, I wonder if they are somehow connected. My street has been under construction for a bit now, and yesterday they had completely demolished the sidewalk outside of my house. So there was a hole and just a pile of concrete around it. Last night at around 11:40, I decided to go down to have a cigarette and also take my garbage out. I've done this countless times, and I've never had an issue, so I didn't give it much thought. When I opened the front door, I heard what sounded like an animal scurrying away from the trash cans and into the bushes. There's usually a possum and a skunk that just hang out around here at night, so it didn't feel strange, but I still took out my phone and used the flashlight to see if there was an animal nearby. I pointed the flashlight at the bushes, the street, near the trash cans, literally everywhere, but I didn't see anything or anyone. So I just brushed it off and proceeded to take the trash out. I was about to sit on the stairs of the porch to have a smoke when this man appeared out of fucking nowhere. He was just standing in front of the construction facing my way and not moving. He was a bigger man, tall and broad, so it was scary that I hadn't even heard him. I looked at him, and for a moment we just stood there looking at each other. I didn't recognize him, so I knew that he didn't live in my house. The house is separated into 5 apartments, and I'm familiar with the people that live inside. So it made me so uncomfortable when he started to slowly walk my way. While he was walking, he didn't say a word or even make a sound. His expression was flat, and as a young woman, I didn't want to stick around to find out what he wanted, so I just booked it back to my apartment. This interaction spooked me so bad that I slept with a knife by my bed. I've talked to a couple of people about it, and they all thought it was creepy, but it was my friend that suggested that it could have been an apparition. But I don't know. What do you think? A really creepy man, or is it something else? I really don't know how to feel about it or even sort of make of it. I just know it was really strange. I just want to know what the hell was that. So I do believe in the supernatural, but I've never really had an experience before, until that night. It happened last year, but I still think about it. One night I was sleeping, then I woke up by the sound of a really loud, heavy breathing. I stand up and started searching where it was coming from. Looked to my younger brother who was sleeping in his bed. Looked to my sleeping cockatiel in the cage, only to realize that the noise was actually coming from my window. I couldn't visualize what was behind it because my window is not see-through, only if I open it. The moment I stepped close to the window, the breathing sound stopped, and I heard the sound of something heavy going down in the sink. There's a sink on the other side of the window from the laundry area of the house. Like the creature who was there, leaved. I was really scared but managed to come back to sleep. I was for sure not hallucinating, 100% awake, and that was not an animal, neither a human, since the laundry area is protected by grids and locks. The only animal that can enter there are cats, but they're not capable of doing such a loud sound. One thing that I want to point out is that I'm not a religious person, but I always keep a chaplet hanging in the head of my bed, just for protection, and that night it wasn't there. Nurse experience of a ghostly visit to a patient. I've been a nurse for many years, and so I have a few stories of strange ghostly occurrences, but I thought I would share my favorite one with you. I worked on a cardiac unit, and one part of the ward was for the acutely unwell patients, and the other part was for the more stable patients who were waiting for an angiogram. I had a nice lady patient in her late 60s, a fit and active lady who's had a few episodes of mild chest pain, and so was booked in for a routine angiogram. The waiting list got delayed due to emergencies, and she had to stay in for longer than usual, about 3 days, despite her being perfectly well. Each morning on my drug round, she would tell me that her husband, who had been dead for about 10 years, was standing at the foot of her bed overnight. She was disturbed about this and said she didn't want to die yet, so why was he there? An angiogram is a very safe and routine procedure, so each morning I reassured her that millions of people have this procedure every day with no problems at all. On the last morning, she was in tears saying, "My husband was there again, why was he there?" Anyway, I'm sure you can guess. She came back onto the unit fine, then went into cardiac arrest very dramatically, and we couldn't bring her back. She unfortunately had a very rare complication from the angiogram. I find comfort in that it seems like there's good evidence in an afterlife, but I also felt terrible that I had to reassure her that it was safe, and when she wasn't ready to die. Was her husband waiting for her, trying to warn her? I really need other people's opinions on this. I think there's a ghost or demon in my house. Here's a little backstory on what happened in this house before I get into the scary part. We're the first owners of this new house. In a previous farm town in Idaho, ever since we've been here, we've had weird paranormal things happen. Every night at 3 a.m., and I stay up late, I hear someone walk up and down the hallway, and the noise stops at my door. I think, oh, it's just a ghost messing with me, no big deal. A week ago at 3 a.m., I hear someone walking and ruffling through the items I have upstairs, like angrily searching for something. And all my things are in different places when I go out there. Then a few nights ago, I was on FaceTime, and right at 3 a.m., my iPad flies off the table and hits the ground. Of course, I get scared, but I just knew it was the ghost and continue on with my night. Now here's the really scary part that I cannot wrap my head around. I was napping for an hour, and at 10 p.m., I started dreaming, but it wasn't a regular dream. I was outside my body and looking at myself laying on the bed. When I dream, I never know I'm dreaming, but I was fully aware of everything. I still had my memories and thoughts. I could hear my parents downstairs watching TV, and my sugar gliders making noise in the other room. I then look to the other side of my bed and see a huge dark shadow watching my body sleep. So I freaked out and tried to climb back into my body and try to wake up. But every time I tried, the shadow would rip me out and throw me away from it. So after trying a few more times, I walked downstairs to my parents and tried to get their attention. But every time I would try and touch them, my hand would go through them like a ghost. So I panicked even more. I ran upstairs back to my body and tried again and again and again, and I was thrown out. So I grabbed my cross necklace that I was wearing and prayed to God to please help me get out of here, and I shoot awake. Now here's the weird part that I can't explain, and it makes me think that it wasn't a dream. While I was sleeping, my parents took their nightly showers and changed into new clothes. And when I was dreaming, I saw the new clothes that they were wearing, and when I woke up and saw them, they were wearing the exact same thing. How would I know what they changed into if I didn't see it before I slept? Then, when I told my parents my dream, they said the dog started going crazy and growling randomly when he was dead asleep. Around the same time that I was down there in my dream trying to get their attention, like he saw me. My mind immediately went to the movie Insidious, where the kid couldn't get back into his body, and now I'm too scared to sleep in my own house. Ask Reddit. I was raised in a religious household, so I already believed in stuff like demons and hauntings. But there was definitely one experience that weirds me out to this day. I must have been like 12? Don't remember my exact age. Anyway, it was very early in the morning, the sun wasn't even rising, and my dad, my grandpa, and I were getting ready to go out somewhere. It's essential to point out that in the hallway, there was this gate that blocked access to the living room and dining room and kitchen, and it was closed. I go to the bathroom and I'm brushing my teeth with the door wide open. My dad's changing in his room, and my grandpa's changing in his room, and my sister and grandma are sleeping. I stare in the mirror for a bit and look to the side when I see a cup floating. No one was holding it, and everyone was in their rooms. Suddenly, the cup flies towards me as if someone threw it. It landed in the shower next to me. Another experience that was unsettling happened another day. Me and my sister were watching TV. My dad was doing something that I can't really remember. And my grandma and grandpa were reading their Bible study lessons in the dining room table. A bright flash of light went off in the middle of the room, but there was nothing that could have caused it. There were no cameras. It was pretty late and no one was outside. We kneeled. Ask Reddit 2. First off, religion. I believe people have souls, and I believe in an afterlife. Second, I've seen 3. My parents like to paint bedrooms, so when I was 10, I was sleeping in the basement living room, and I wake up after a dream and walking down the stairs is someone who isn't glowing, but is unnaturally white in clothes color, and in features like a reverse silhouette. When I blink, they're gone. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. I think this experience was most likely a dream, but it made me believe my house was haunted for a full month. Second was while working at a spook house of all places. I was a spook actor, and while I was working in my spot waiting for customers like usual, when I see a shadowy figure peeking through my curtain. I don't know if there's another actor, or if it's a customer, or if I can even trust my eyes about what I'm seeing. So, I sneak around the other side of the curtain and they're gone. I tell the actress I'm working with, and she explained that her haunt is actually haunted. The ghost is nicknamed Jeeves, and he or she has been around there for a while. They don't tell new actors or customers as a rule. Jeeves is harmless and isn't usually seen while the haunt is running. It's not spooky or anything, and we've even learned some of their behavior. They're more active during the beginning of the season, just curiously peeking on actors. Then they are far more elusive. I've seen them whenever I entered the haunt early, and then they run away, go through the walls, disappearing or ducking behind props. As far as we can tell, Jeeves is shy and doesn't want to be discovered. Some actors told me that Jeeves has given them nightmares or visited them in nightmares when they've told about him to customers. I didn't believe them until I did it, and then I had a nightmare about the haunt and understood that it was a warning. So I stopped doing that, and I tell people about how Jeeves doesn't want to be bothered or discovered. It's still not spooky to me, and I hope people are praying for them. As far as I know, they died in a fire, and the haunt was built years afterwards. The other time was in the house I live in now. I woke up at 4 a.m, and without even thinking about it, looked over and locked eyes with a boy. We stared at each other for a few seconds, both with a look of, "What are you looking at?" before he faded away and I realized what happened. He appeared to be in his teens, brown hair, thick glasses, and a plaid shirt with jeans, like school clothes from the 70s. He seemed to be illuminated by a strong moonlight, even though he was inside. I doubt this last one is a dream, and I had to push back my paranoia to get to sleep even though nothing about him seemed malevolent. In fact, he seemed kind. I was just stunned to see a ghost fade away. Of the 3 ghosts I've seen, I have the most evidence of Jeeves because of multiple witnesses. And the least, probably the first one when I was 10. The boy in the clothes feels the most real to me. I think it's interesting that they all have different levels of light on them. The first one seemed to be a bright light despite being in the dark, and Jeeves was always shadowy, and the boy seemed to be in the moonlight. My deceased friend visits me. I'm a firm believer that there is much more that we don't understand, something beyond our senses. I was always sensitive to the paranormal, and I believe in ghosts, or what I'd like to call visitors. My best friend Jack passed away at 26. He was truly a loving and creative soul. There's nobody like him. He was originally my brother's best friend in high school, but we were closer the year before he passed on, up until the very last day. He drove drunk, flipped his car, and ran from the cops on the coldest day of the year. This was a death sentence. Irresponsible, but he was trying to get away from his brother, I believe. I was supposed to sort of see him that night. About a week after his funeral, I had my first dream of him. Most of the time, he was watching my dream from the side. Right before I woke up, I was holding his face and asked, "Why?" He said, "Well, I didn't mean to," in his goofy and dumb voice, and shrugged me off like he usually would. I felt him that night, and I'm 1000% sure of it. At this time, my brother, his friends, and I were playing this new game called Valheim. It's a game that he would have loved, and we played it in his honor and tried to grieve him. 3 days after the original dream, I had a dream that I was texting him. Usually you can't see text in dreams, which was extremely odd. He called me, I answered. I told him about this game and how he would have loved it. He was so interested. I got all sad and asked him what death was like. He said, "Well, it was definitely cold," in a sarcastic voice. My final dream of him was definitely a sketchy one. I was sitting in my car in the driveway where I'm usually the most zen. I looked over and saw Jason. He smiled and didn't say a word. I was rambling on about how I missed him. I thought he was gone. I started to wake up and got flashes of my life. I saw my last moments. I crashed on a dangerous bend on a main road near me. He was warning me. I woke up thinking I was dead. I scrolled through Facebook to calm myself down and saw an eerie post. Deceased visitors will visit you in your dreams, choosing places where you're most peaceful. What the fuck? Jack saved my life when he isn't even alive. My brother finally went to his grave after a year of his passing, and he said out loud, "I wish I could hear your dumb jokes one more time." He got a call from a telemarketer. His name was Jack. Invisible forest creature. I have a very strange walking trail encounter with an invisible two-legged very large thing while walking with my dog. Some of the trail sections have wooded areas along the side of the walking path. So most of the trail has woods on one side of the path and the park is on the other side of the trail. The wooded area isn't very large. I would guess about 300 feet by half a mile. So I don't consider it a forest, I just call it the woods. The wooded area of the park has 3 or 4 creeks, and I think only one of the creeks has some water. Most of the trees are beautiful, and normal tall trees, and some of the trees here and there look like they're dead. There's always people and kids going down there to ride bikes, hang out, and whatever else they do. One day around 4 p.m., I took my female dog, Bertha, to our normal everyday walking path. We had just gotten off the car and began our walk. We were probably walking on the trail for about 5 minutes or so when I started feeling weird after a turn. Not scared or afraid. I started to feel happy and my little pain and aches had disappeared. This was very strange because I remember saying to myself inside my head, not out loud, I said, "Wow, I feel good. I feel like I'm a little kid. I feel brand new." It was only about 20 seconds of this young and playful, joyful feeling when all of a sudden, something had let go of a large bush that it was holding on to. The sound sounded like it was intertwined in the bush, like holding on and trying to hide. At the same time of the noise in the bush, Bertha turned toward the bush and started going after it. I had Bertha on a leash, and she was dragging me, almost taking me into the woods. I had to hold her back because I couldn't see what was making all that noise. I moved through another tall bush and started stepping heavy with loud thumps. I think it fell when it made it out of the bush area. The thing was only about 15 feet away from us, on the other side of the bushes, and it sounded like two very large horses stomping on the ground. I could see the bushes and the grass moving, but I couldn't see anything. We moved back away from the trail a few feet so I could see a clearing on the other side of the bushes to try to see this thing. I looked right where the sounds of steps were coming from and saw nothing. So I looked down on the ground and I could see where 2 feet were stepping on tall grass. I remember I said to myself in my head, "No way. That is not an invisible monster." After I said that, I heard something I will never forget. The thing started making a loud T-Rex stomp, and then I said out loud, "That sounds like a T-Rex from the movies." I recall I could feel the stomps on the ground too. Bertha and I were just looking into the woods at this sound. I can feel my eardrums shaking bad, and in both eardrums, they felt like busted speakers. In my head, I said, "It's trying to blow my eardrums." The T-Rex stomps lasted for 10 to 15 seconds. Then the sound stopped, and it just turned off like a light switch. I have no idea if it jumped in or if something it vanished. It's strange because after all that, I still felt happy, with no worry or fear at all, just very curious. I really wanted to see it. On the way home, I remember thinking, any other day, I would have been afraid and ran away from it. But I heard this thing 3 or 4 times in the following days, in another section of the woods. I could hear something heavy walking on leaves, just inside the tree line about 30 feet away in the woods alongside me and Bertha. I would hear it, and I would stop without turning to it. And it would take a step or two, and then it would stop. I turned around a few times to see, but there was nothing because it wasn't moving. I did this a few times to make sure, and I would tell myself in my head, if a person stays on trail, they have no permission to take you. I think one time, and I heard his steps in the woods next to me. I said to myself in my head, I think it wants me to make a mistake and go into the woods towards it. After I said that, I never heard it again. I'm sure that it can hear what I'm thinking. Just a few weeks ago, I had seen something very strange related to this thing. Bertha and I were walking in the same part of the trail, only about 100 feet away from the first encounter where the bushes were. I stopped to look into the woods at this view into the woods. I was standing still looking past the trees. How the area was covered, maybe in a few inches of light green grass. I was looking kind of downhill, how the woods would go in and around the creek down there. I said to myself, it looks beautiful, the trees, the color of the greens, and the sunlight and the shadow. It looks just like a postcard, perfect. About 2 or 3 seconds after I thought that, while I was just looking down at this area of woods, I saw a big human shape blur, move between 2 trees about 80 feet away from me. I saw it for a split second, and it was big, maybe 10 feet tall, big head, big wide muscled shoulders, and I remember his big left leg. I remember his left knee and big muscle above it, the laterals. I would see the thick shiny hair on the leg. Yeah, this thing looked exactly like the predator from the movie when he's cloaked. It was very weird how my brain was able to capture this image. My memory surprised me. His shoulders, his head, and the side of his back were reflecting the woods between him and me. It looked like a male, not a female. I was surprised just like him. In my opinion, I think he took off running because he thought I was sensing that he was in the area, but I had no idea that he was there. I think he knows Bertha. Can't pick on him if he hides a little farther away from the trail. I'm very cautious when we go walking near the woods now. I also tell people where I'm going, and I carry a few extra things hidden on me. I have no idea why this thing got so close to me or what its intentions were. And I also don't know why it ran away from me those times. Was there something or someone behind me that startled it? These occurrences were a very incredible time in my life, changed me in a good way. I often think and I don't know, but maybe that's why dogs are on the planet. To help us pick up on these invisible things when they get too close. Always be happy and do the things you love doing in your life. Have no worries, and certainly no fear. Hope my story helps people to be alert and careful out there in this world. The voice in the fire station. I work 24-hour shifts at a semi-busy fire department that's been around since the 1870s. We run an ambulance unit. I sleep in my own room, separated from the male firefighters. A few nights ago, a voice woke me up, clear as day, beside me in the room. It was a deep, old-sounding voice. He said, "Come on, get up. It's time to get ready." It startled me out of my sleep. It was about 3 a.m. I jolted up, looked around the empty room for the voice. There was nobody there, but I decided to get out of bed and get my shoes on. The second I got my shoes on, the tones went off, calling us for a code blue. Code blue is a person in cardiac or respiratory arrest. The man had a heart attack and died. He was the first person to survive CPR and being shocked by the AED in our entire county for almost 10 years. He went home a day ago, and he was 70 years old. Face in the ambulance rear view window. I, a 24-year-old female, work for a semi-busy fire department. We just ran a late-night lift assist and returned to station at about 1 a.m. During my report, I realized our vitals haven't uploaded from our Zoll device. It's a blood pressure cuff and an SOP2 monitor. So I walked out to the ambulance, hopped into the back, and started troubleshooting why the vitals weren't sent. I decided to just print them off. As I was getting ready to go back into the station, I, for no reason at all, glanced to the front seat area. There's a small window that glimpses into the front of the ambulance truck, and a rearview mirror for the driver to see what's going on in the back. There was a face in the rearview mirror, a bald man, with this horrible scowl on his face. I instantly felt a shot of terror go down me, but tried to talk myself out of it. I was trying to figure out what I was seeing, but the longer I stared, the more I realized it was clearly a man's face. All I could see was his forehead, no visible hair on the sides, and it seemed like he was bald. And then his eyes. He had light wrinkles, but such a hateful look. He was glaring right at me, his eyes staring straight into mine. Needless to say, I got out of the ambulance and pretty much ran quick back to the station. I didn't recognize the face. We have one bald worker, but he isn't on duty today. The face did actually look a bit like him, and that firefighter is a negative person who doesn't like females in the fire service. But I couldn't be 100% on the face being my coworker. Ghost encounter I had as a child. When I was young, probably around 8, I had a conversation with my grandmother. My family follows the Catholic religion, and I was talking to her about how I sometimes hear my name being called at night when it's dead quiet. She said she's experienced this too, and that they were lost souls trying to find their way to heaven, and I should pray for them so they can leave purgatory. At night, I don't remember when, but it was recently after we had the conversation, I heard a voice calling out my name, and I said a prayer. I prayed on our Father and asked God to send the soul to heaven. When I finished and laid back down, I heard a clear, crisp whisper right into my ear, and he said, "Thank you." I then heard some kind of giggling or noise of excitement, as the noise traveled out my window. The voice sounded like a child, the gender of the voice being ambiguous. I know it wasn't a dream since I remember going into my mother's room after and asking to sleep with her. Ask Reddit. My mother-in-law's house is definitely haunted, and the spirit definitely doesn't like me. When my husband and I were first dating, we had gotten a little bit drunk and crashed on his bed in awkward positions. Me half hanging off the side, and him normally on the bed. Apparently it rained that night, and in the middle of the night, a stream of water leaked through his ceiling fan and dribbled down on me, waking me up. When I opened my eyes, there was this dark figure standing over me. It looked like he was wearing a hoodie and his hands were in the pockets, and it just loomed over me. I freaked out and woke up my husband asking him if there was something else in the room. My husband wakes up, yells, "Fucking people!" and storms off to get me a towel, completely missing the dark figure watching me, who, by the way, hadn't moved when my husband got up. So he comes back with the towel and goes back to sleep, leaving me like the scared little kid underneath the covers. The figure eventually left, and somehow I managed to go back to sleep. It's been 10 years, so I figured there's been tons of storms, and that fan never leaked again. A few years later, we offered a house sit for the in-laws while they went to Florida for spring training. My husband goes off to work, and I'm chilling in the back room watching TV when the front door slams shut. The front door is broken and needs to be slammed to shut properly. So when it does, it startles me and I hear thump, 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 thump up the stairs and into the room above me. I figure it's one of my husband's step-siblings, so of course I head upstairs to investigate. No one's there, and it's eerily quiet too. I waited on the porch for my mom to come up and get me. Fast forward a few more years and we have a baby. And when he's about 2-ish, we again agree to house sit for 2 weeks while the in-laws go to Europe. The first night there, the smoke alarm in the kitchen goes off at 4 a.m., promptly scaring the ever-living shit out of us. We play it up to the low batteries. Over the weeks, things get relatively quiet. Every once in a while, it'd sound like someone was stumbling around the house, bumping into things, and I try to pretend I never heard it until the last few days. My son had speech therapy at the time, and I couldn't wait to get out of the house. The night before, I lost his sippy cup and looked everywhere for it, but never came across it. My husband would leave for school at like 4:30 to 5 a.m., and when I woke up, I went to the fridge to get breakfast ready for my son, when lo and behold, there's his sippy cup in the fridge. I called my husband to find out where he had found it, and he said he didn't. The fridge was pretty empty, and I had been in it about a half a dozen times, and then there it is in the fridge, right in the front. I blow it off as maybe just me not noticing it, and I take my son to therapy. When we get back, he kicks his shoes off in the middle of the room and runs off to play. I start getting things together to pack and leave, and eventually it's time to go, but I can't find my son's shoes. They were taken off right in the middle of the room. I again look everywhere for them, under the furniture in the bedrooms, which always felt like someone was right behind me watching me, by the way. I looked everywhere. After about an hour, I'm about to give up when I trip over them in the middle of the room, where he kicked them off. I said, "Fuck this," and I left. Since then, I've been reluctant to house sit for my in-laws, and I refuse to be alone. I used to clean for them, and I'd never do the upstairs, especially in the master bedroom, because of the feeling of someone right behind me. It was always tenfold. There's something in that house, and it always makes me sure that I know it's there with me. There's something strange going on inside the ruins of Pontefract Castle, or more likely, with my mental health. In 1998, I was an 8-year-old boy on a school trip to the ruins of Pontefract Castle. I'd always lived locally. In fact, I can trace my ancestry back many hundreds of years in the Pontefract area. But as you can imagine, in a popular destination for school trips due to the low cost and rich history of what's left of the castle and its surrounding area. Indeed, I had my christening at the old church that survived the destruction of the castle, presumably spared due to religious difference. Sorry for the background, I have a tendency to say more than I need to, but on to the story and the strange position I currently find myself in the present day. So we arrived. And we were at the castle. One evening after school, eagerly anticipating sort of a grand tour of the grounds, or more particularly, in fact, our promised descent into the dungeons. The evening seemed to drag on as our guide droned on and on about this one piece of masonry or that, what used to be here or there and why, all that. Finally, we came to what we'd all been waiting for, the descent. I should say that it was only a small group of us who ended up going down, perhaps about a third of our overall number, as many, quite understandably, didn't feel up to going down those steps into the utter darkness. I mean, we were 7 or 8 years old, and I was scared myself, but excitedly so. So down we go, our teacher leading the way with torch in hand, and surely enough, it was a dungeon all right. As dank and dismal as it gets, giant cobwebs in every corner, and just a damp and unnerving place to be, very creepy. Further down we ventured until we reached some kind of plaque detailing what the place was, how it was used, etc. All very interesting stuff, the teacher reading it out loud as the hairs on the back of our necks stood up. So we had a potter around, jumping at shadows, some of the boys playing tricks trying to spook each other, as you do. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Our teacher announced from down one of the pathways, 5 more minutes, lads. Then we're off back up. So me and one of our classmates were just looking at some medieval graffiti left by the original and unfortunate occupants of the dungeon. Barely legible stuff, to be honest. I can't remember what it said. It was shortly after this that things took a decided turn for the worse. Me and my classmate had gone down one of the pathways alone, and he dared me to go deep into what can only be described as a pitch-black abyss. Me, wanting to be the big man, went ahead to prove I had the stones. And then, well, I wish I had something dramatic to tell you. An encounter of the paranormal or some such, but no. I should add that I don't believe in ghosts. There's no proof available that I would even consider concrete, and I think that's a fair position to hold. But what happened was nothing. Walking into the darkness is the last thing I remember. I'd collapsed in the tunnel, later being brought around back to consciousness above ground by concerned teachers. An ambulance was called, and I was given a once-over and later the all-clear. My grandfather came to collect me and just drove me home. It was the night it started, the craziest vivid dreams, flashbacks almost, going underground, the cobwebs, the creepiness. I was reliving the descent in my dreams. And this is where things get creepy. In my dreams, I saw a figure, a hooded figure, in a monkish habit. Just glimpses of it. There 1 minute, then not, walking across the grounds. Turning around here and there, then suddenly giant fucking monks stood right in front of me, jolting me awake at night. This carried on about a week and a half. Nightmares in the truest sense, recurring, always the same, Pontefract Castle, darkness, and an apparition. Can you use that word in the context of a dream? An apparition of this very unnerving hooded figure. Honestly, catching sight of it would have had me shitting myself. It didn't feel like it was a good-natured thing. It felt bad, wrong, dark. I told my family, and while they felt bad for me, it was just a nightmare, which is fair enough, I suppose. Children do have nightmares, right? Once again, I wish I had something more dramatic to tell you, but the dreams, they just stopped. After recurring for over a week and leaving me petrified, they just stopped. Mercifully so, I must be said. And that was it. It's always creeped me out to think back on it, and I'm sure that everybody's got a story about bad dreams as a kid. So you're probably thinking, wow, this has been a bit of a dull story, but here's the thing, and the reason that I'm writing this message to you guys now. I'm 32 years old, a father of 2, married, a grown man, and the dreams are back. The past 8 nights, exactly as I remembered them, recurring. It's crazy. But the monk is back in my mind somehow, over 20 years later. I'm seeing Pontefract Castle in my dreams. I'm creeped the fuck out. Why now? What's changed? Am I really struggling at the moment? I'm scared to go back to sleep now, a grown man. because I know what's awaiting me when I do. I can't help but feel like I have some unresolved issue in my relation to those ruins. Can't carry on like this. I have a job to hold down and a young family to look after. I feel like I need to go back. I feel it in my bones that I need to go back. There's something about that place that's affected me in some way that sat dormant within my mind for a long time. Perhaps if I face the subject of my dreams, go looking for answers, then maybe I can find some kind of resolution. Again, I don't believe in ghosts or the paranormal. These are surely just dreams, but why? Have any of you heard of anything similar to the situation before? I'm just looking for advice. I feel like a bloody lunatic at this point. I don't understand the relevance of the monk figure. I could deal with dreaming about the castle. It's just some ruins. But it's the bloody monk that's giving me the shits. I find myself jumping at shadows all the time. I've always been so rational and level-headed, but now I'm seriously considering almost laughably possibly just being totally haunted. I live in a very, very, very haunted house. So 7 years ago, I left my hometown and I moved to a province where a religious war took place many years ago. The house I moved to is huge, just the size for my big family to live in. My mom, one of my brothers, and I consider ourselves witches, by the way. At first, we found some weird, sketchy things. There's a kind of dungeon underneath the stairs, a small room that locks from the outside, an escape hall, one window, and a very big butchery-looking hook in a room in the backyard. We didn't think much about it until the apparitions began. It all started after my cat died. The superstitious neighbors poisoned him because he was black. I started feeling like I was being observed in my own room. I even installed blinds to try to get some more privacy, but it didn't stop, and in fact, worsened. Whenever the lights were out, silhouettes appeared in the corners, and I kept hearing a noise like nails tapping on my wood furniture. Then the doors started opening and closing without any apparent reason. Things were worse at the bathroom. Whenever I showered, I could see as though the shower door was a silhouette of a man, walking from one side to another. Whenever I was on the other side of the shower, things were thrown at me, shampoo bottles, soap bars, towels. At 4 to 5 p.m., the silhouette of a woman walked around the living room. Also, my mom started acting weird about her looks. We later found out her bathroom mirror was extra cursed. In my brother's room, originally the service quarters, a woman dressed as a maid appeared. My brother could see her from the mirror, and she'd wake him up super early in the day. We cleansed the house, and some of those ghosts disappeared, but not all of them. Then my brother got into his summoning era and re-haunted the house. I've always been a ghost magnet, by the way. So now there's a man at the stairs. Not only do we feel cold there, but also like there's a leak right above and the water falls around his spot, as if someone was there. We've also seen him from different angles. There's also a ghost running downstairs. We haven't seen it, but we have heard it. My brother also saw a ghost of a black man just standing at the window. We live right by a train that usually carries illegal immigrants from Latin America. Oftentimes, we've heard voices around the house as well. Then my dad brought home a vintage leather couch. Our dogs would bark at it and my cats would hiss. He placed it right in front of the TV. That's when we started seeing the silhouette of the man sitting in the couch. And sometimes it's visible as if there's actually someone there. I've even confused him with my grandfather. My boyfriend has seen at least 2 ghosts by the hallway. The house generally feels heavy, and it's really tiring to be here. There's water, gas, and electricity leaks, 2 kinds of plaques in the kitchen, and the walls leak and the closets are rotting. No matter what we do, we can't control it. It's falling apart. Finally moving out, but we have considered having a seance before leaving just to say goodbye to the ghosts because I've grown fond of them. Do Do you think it's a good idea? I have used a Ouija board before, not in this house, and I wonder if I should use it here. Also, tips are very welcome. Can anybody tell me what this is? It's a true story. I've lived in my apartment with my fiancé and 2 sons, 11 and 19, for around 6 years. This particular apartment is at an intersection that is usually pretty busy. As such, many accidents have happened here. My 19-year-old and myself have witnessed at least 3, most likely fatal accidents. We're unable to find out if anybody lived. And many more accidents in general over the years. Things were pretty quiet the first couple of years, but then things started happening and have been relatively consistent since they started. The first instance for me was while both my sons were at school and my significant other was at work. Let me start by saying that I have lupus, and while having flares, I tend to sleep and nap more often. This day I was feeling pretty beat and decided to take a nap. I'm one of those people that takes forever to fall asleep, and every noise wakes me up. As I was lying in bed, I hear footsteps from the front door, down the hallway, and into my room. I still had my eyes closed, thinking it was my significant other. There were sounds of fumbling around for something, and suddenly, there was a weight on the end of the bed as if someone had sat down. Again, without opening my eyes, I said, "Hey, babes." No response, and the weight lifts. I opened my eyes and no one was there. I jumped up, searched the apartment, and nothing. This happened a total of 3 times. I ignored it after the first. Soon after, I started hearing voices calling me and my son's voices calling for me when no one was home. My 19-year-old was with me one day while his brother was at school, and we both heard his voice calling out, "Mom." Both of my kids have heard voices mimicking myself or his brother. And about a year ago, my son, who's 19, came home describing a haunted building that he had found with his friends. Against my better judgment, I went to check it out with him and his friends. The place is very run down and not at all safe for the public. It's been boarded up exceedingly well by the owner now. I have seen and heard things before and feel like I have a good sense for negative energy. And this place had a sort of magnetic energy to it. It draws you. It still draws me. The first floor was creepy, but the basement felt like a whole different world, split into many different rooms. The worst of which was a room with a deep pool of water in it. While we were in this room, a smoke appeared near my face. I thought it was cigarette smoke, and I told my son and his friends to put out their cigarettes, but they weren't smoking. We recorded disembodied voices, many telling us to leave or run. We would always leave with a sense of panic, many times with flashlights that suddenly refused to work and videos of orbs. There was always something new that you could find going through the pictures and the footage. 4 of us had nightmares about the place. 1 refused to go back. One day it was boarded up so well that we couldn't get back in, and this was a blessing because it still calls to me. Things inside my home have dropped off slightly ever since, and we stopped going. But there are still voices and footsteps, loud bangs, and sometimes even scratches. Our luck's taken a turn for the worse. My sons are depressed. I worry that we're in deep shit with something bigger than us. M here. I have to say, the stories that make me whisper even freak me out. So here's my 4 cents. As far as these glitches in the Matrix, we'll just call them for short, are concerned, well, I'm a particular believer in parallel universes. How exactly they tie into a Bowman's knot, I'm not quite sure. But as far as the phone call repeating itself, it's funny that you mentioned that in this story, but that's also happened to me. Wonder if any of you guys have had something like that happen. If you do, please write down below because personally I'm curious. But the stories with the strange whispers, even as I'm reading it, I get the chills and I creep myself out, so I don't really want to put myself there, but I think it's pretty good content, so the better you write, the better I can read, and unfortunately, the better that's written, the more I'm in the story with you guys, which gives me the creeps, and I just moved into a new house, and it's kind of brutal, but awesome job. And my last comment, other than the fact that I really enjoy that this guy's boxer saved him, because I also had a boxer, I just want to note a question, rather. I don't know if you're in there, and I don't know if you want to, come out with your identity, as all of your identities will always be kept with something akin to a Hippocratic oath as far as the seriousness that we at Paranormal M here take with concealing your identities, because we're very thankful for letting us share the stories, but I would like a description of these hands in your dream there, because something about that struck me. If anyone else has had anything similar, or if anybody has any suggestions as far as these dreams go, I have a fondness for reading these. Please let me know what you think. And as always, have a good one, and I'll see you next time.